Coming up next on BBC Two, it's the Brad Woto stream, but first, it's time for What Picture Has Bradley Drawn Onto a Piece of Paper?
It's time for another fantastic edition of What Picture Has Bradley Drawn Onto a Piece of Paper. Let's see if we can get some guesses from you. What did I draw onto a piece of paper? I had 5 minutes before the stream, didn't know what else to do with myself, so I drew a picture. What is it? Can you guess what it is? Was it Ace Ventura in a tutu? Somebody stop me. Ball sack, a poor ursit of Minfilia. It's gotta be Kane. Is it the tarot card The Fall? Blue eyes, white dragon. A self-portrait. One more. Let's have one more guess from the chat room and see if you can get it right today. Let's see if you can get it correct. Grogu. Let's see if you can get it right. What picture have I drawn onto a piece of paper, especially for you? A little gift from me to you. I thought about you when I drew it. I wouldn't have done it otherwise. Isn't that nice? Give me money for that. Give me some money for that. That's not how gifts work, Braid. You narcissist. The Orcish method. Orcish sent me a TikTok at 10 a.m. this morning, which means it was 5 a.m. for him. He was on TikTok. What a fucking piece of... Thank you, Oribus. Someone understands how gifts work. I drew you a picture. You gave me 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. At least someone in here cares about me. Alright, you think it's a tarot card, The Fall. Nope. It was Vi from League of Legends. Idiots. Obviously it was Vi from League of Legends. Not bad. Actually, if you actually me, you get a 10-minute timeout from Lux. We have to feed Lux. If you actually me on that one, you fucking get a 10-minute timeout. It's a secret trap. You activated my secret trap card. Get him. Bogle, Doolander, who else? Arwina. First time chatter. Even after I said it, came in and was like, yeah, oh, what an idiot. God, you guys suck, dude. You guys suck, dude. 10 minutes, Lux. Go on. We've got to feed Lux some blood. Lux didn't get enough blood yesterday. Actually, Lux got some secret blood last night. Lux got some secret blood. Do you type them out, Lux? 10 minutes is just the one that you can do with the mod. The mod timeout. The mod button timeout. That's why I said 10 minutes. Makes it really easy for you. It was for easy. You just click the little time button. The timeout button is automatically 10 minutes minimum. That's what that one is. Just to make it easy for you. You typing them out. Taking you ages to get through these. What is this? What's she doing? You're not at the computer, are you? What's happening? What is she doing? She's typing them out manually. / timeout. Wait, no. What are you doing? Why is it taking so long? Get Arwena as well. 10 minutes. I wanted to restart the bot. Alright, I'll get them myself. God damn, got to do my own modding. Lux, get your shit together, Lux. The only one I can trust. Betrayed. Always betrayed. Always betrayed, eventually. I am Caligula, et tu Brutus. They will always turn on me eventually. There haven't been go live notifications for a few days. She's literally working on something so much more important. Really? That's annoying. Have a look. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'll do one myself. At everyone. Braidwoat is alive. I did it myself. At everyone. To 200 plus people. Bam. The power. I have the power. Alright, Lux, you fix something more important. But also, really, you should be better at your job. You know? Also, really, by now, you should be able to restart the bot with one hand and time out 3 people with the other. And also watch the stream and also prepare my TikToks for me in order, numbered. You guys would not believe how much Lux does. For me. I wish there was something that she wanted apart from a green card that I could offer her. Alas, there is not. Adadade, thank you for the 38-month resubscription. We should make a separate donation link that is just Lux's PayPal. Would you accept that, Lux? I'd allow that. It won't come up probably and notify. No, there won't be a notification on the stream or anything, but you would randomly get money. I don't know if you want money though. I feel like Lux is not motivated by such things because Lux has money. Lux needs freedom. Lux needs to escape. Lux is trapped in a medieval village. She's trapped in Resident Evil Village and wants only to be freed. She needs love. She does need love. I mean, I love Lux, but I don't think that's enough. I think she needs... Is one of your love languages gifts of service, Lux? Is that what it's called? Am I allowed to ask you that question? Is that weird to ask? I ask it as a friend, not for any more reason other than that you are extremely giving and you do a lot of random things for people. And I always wonder, when it comes to it, I think maybe a lot of people who do modding and things on Twitch channels and things like to do that kind of thing. It's like an act of service. Is that what it's called? So like it gives them a great sense of satisfaction to be able to be helpful in some way like that. And not in a way that they want something back. See, a lot of people, they will do that exclusively for an exchange. Like they want something from you and it's leeching. They don't even sometimes know they're doing it. A lot of people are constantly they do stuff specifically for a reaction or for a return gift or an exchange of some sort of currency, and sometimes it's subconscious and they're not aware they're doing it. And then there are people that I imagine it's like pure acts of service that is really about their own self-gratification probably, and not in a weird way, just like genuinely makes them feel like they've, I don't know, done something or, you know, whatever. And I imagine it must be the case for a lot of mods, because a lot of mods, a few of the mods in here and the mods on like Table Story and some mods that I know around in the community are very much like that. So it must be like an active service thing, you know. Some mods do it for attention, and some mods probably do it expecting something further down the line. Just a bit of a slippery slope. But I don't get the sense of that from Lux at all. And just being noticed and remembered. Oh, I will fucking cry. I can't handle it. It is so warm in here. I put the heating on for the dog this morning. And also I did some laundry. It's hanging. What Lux wouldn't give to be able to do that laundry for me. But it is, I left it on, I guess, a bit too long. The thing is, because it's my bed sheets, it has to be dry by tonight, you know. If it's cold, they don't dry that quickly, and sometimes I get in bed and I'm like, well, that's pneumonia. So I was like, I'll blast the heating on just because the little chihuahua gets really cold. So I've had the heating on this weekend, even though I actually kind of didn't want it on. It actually kind of makes me feel a bit sick. I've been a bit too hot. But I did it for the dog, and which is hilarious. You know, I avoid putting the heating on as much as I possibly can, but the little fucking chihuahua is like, I'm dying, man. And now I'm just absolutely boiling, and I'm sort of tempted to open a window. I will be vanishing here in about 10 minutes. Because I've sort of bargained with my sister to come and collect the dog rather than me having to deliver the dog or something. But but she was like, I can only arrive precisely at the most awkward time of the day for you. She was like, what would be the worst possible time of day for me to arrive? And I was like, probably about 2:30. And she was like, I'll see you then. I'll be there at 2:30. So I've queued up something really interesting for you to watch. You're going to be losing your mind. You're actually going to be happy that I'm gone, because you're going to be able to settle down and enjoy something very special that I've queued up, that I found on YouTube, that took me probably about 3 seconds to think of and then type into the YouTube search bar. It worked. The bot restart. Nice. You know what's hilarious? I have no idea how to do that still. 3 times I've been shown. I don't know how to use my own bot. Thank you for heating Chihuahua-san, the daimyo. I know. The sweet little thing. She's so cute. She breaks my heart to look at. And must be protected at all times. Found out my mum's been feeding her garlic. So my mum was like, my mum was like, oh, she'll eat some of your food if she's not eating her food. Just eat some of your food. She was texting me, my mum, while I was eating dinner, and I was like, oh, she can't eat this thing because it was the chicken thing I'd made, and I'd made it. I put too much garlic in it. It wasn't bad, but it was like too much garlic, you know. And I was like, this is too garlicky. It'll kill her. My mum was like, no, she loves garlic, and I was like, mother, dogs, it's toxic to dogs. My mum's like, no, she loves garlic and chocolate, and she loves sugar-free gum. How my mum has kept so many animals over the years alive, I don't know. Someone's being lied to. Either we're being lied to by Big Pharma, which I just couldn't possibly believe to be true, or all of my mum's animals have been just living in excruciating pain all of the time. And she's just like, and I love garlic. Here, give it another chocolate bar. I got some garlic covered grapes for the dog. So I'll be sending the dog back to the torture pit, a fucking real life canine version of Saw. My allergies have been fucking going crazy over the weekend, which I've really been enjoying. That's why I washed all my stuff this morning, So I can like get into a bed that is not covered in fucking allergy, dog hair and dog hair everywhere. As soon as the stream ends, I'm stripping all of my clothing off, like I do every stream. Lux sits there at the end of every stream, just praying that I'm still on camera. And I'm going to wash every item of clothing that I've worn this weekend, and I'm going to hoover the entire house, and then I'm going to hoover it again. And then I'm going to open all the windows and flush out all of the allergy. Now, is that how that works? Kind of, from what I understand. But it's just the most annoying thing, being 1% allergic to dog when you're already maximum allergy. My tongue has swollen up and it's been really fun. I showed Liam the weird lumps that have appeared on my tongue. And he threw up. He threw up in the street. Great, man. I've really enjoyed these last few months. I know no one believes me that I'm not well. Only Liam believes me because he has to see me every day outside of the stream hours where I kind of pretend that I'm okay even though I complain about it. And then I see Liam, like, I show up like Gollum. I'm like, look at my tongue. And he's like, oh my God. Oh God. Oh Jesus. Mercy kill. Mercy kill. Reload. Reload. Okay, I'm back without knowing why I was temporarily removed from the chat. You didn't figure out why? If you had to guess, what would you say the reason was? If you had to guess after I carefully explained it. After I explained twice why. What if you were to guess, even though it was explained to you, what would you suggest? What do you think the reason was? Wild guess. Go for it. See what you've got. You won't get in trouble. I mean, you might if you write something absolutely insane. But if you had to guess, what would you say the reason was? Even though I explained it, I said it out loud. Even though I said it out loud in English with words. For a reason. You know when I was speaking English and explaining it? For a reason. That was for a reason. That was so that you understood. It was so that everyone understood. So if you had to guess, if you had to throw a sort of wild guess out, what would you say, Arwena? Arwena? What would you guess? Arwena. Having a panic attack right now. Also, it's a rite of passage to get timed out and banned. Almost every single person in here has been timed out or banned. Rite of passage, chat. Arwena, the slowest typer in the world. Arwena, never been called upon to contribute to the stream again. Wild guess, I didn't listen to your explanation, actually. I know you didn't. Do you know how I know you didn't? Because I explained it, and then you did it after the explanation. And just to prove to you, chat, what was the reason Arwena was banned, timed out for 10 minutes, removed from the chat, placed onto the naughty step? Just to prove to you that other people in here were listening. Newt, hi, welcome in. Thank you for the 87, by the way. I didn't see you. You did the actually, Arwena. You did the actually. I showed this picture that I drew this morning. I said I drew this picture of Vi from League of Legends. Now, everyone knows, everyone now, because of Arcane, everyone knows that that's not Vi. Everyone knows it. But I said that's Vi as a little troll, as a little joke, and secretly to draw out the most annoying people on the internet, which are the people that say, actually, that's not Vi, that's Jinx. And I just wanted to see who that was in the chat room today, and it was 3 people. It was Bogle, it was Drugi, I think, who was the other one, and it was you, Arwena. And I said what I just said, the words in English out loud, down a microphone, into your headphones or out of your speakers, and then after that, you still went exactly, replying to Bogle, which was an actually. because you were agreeing with Bogle, who was like, actually... Do you understand now, Arwina? Guys, what do we think? Do we think Arwina understands? Do we think Arwina understands? My money, honestly, is on no. Dude, my money is so on no. My money's on Arwina wasn't listening. My money is on Arwina wasn't listening. I do. I can also be sarcastic. Don't try and pretend you were being sarcastic when you replied to someone in the chat room and wrote exactly. Come on now. Don't pretend you were being sarcastic. First of all, if you're going to be sarcastic, you got to be really good at it. If you're just going to be typing in a random Twitch chat room for the first time, you got to be like a stunning level of comedy genius. And if you were that level, you wouldn't be in a Twitch chat room, you'd be on stage. Second of all, no, you weren't. Second of all, come on, no, don't try and pull the wool over our eyes, Arwina. Listen, you're on thin ice, Arwina. You better watch yourself for the rest of the stream, okay? We're going to be watching you. Make sure you're taking part in every conversation that comes up. When you see people having a conversation in the chat room, when you see people talking, when I bring up stuff, make sure you're paying attention and you're listening. And if you're going to be funny, remember the rule. Jokes have been ruined by people who aren't good at telling jokes. Is really the takeaway line from that. What is this, a throwback stream? So many old jokes.
Right, wife. Life good. Wife fight back. Kill wife. Wife gone. Think about wife. Regret.
That's a new one. Next up is Brad's ailments. Do I have Brad's ailments on here somewhere? Ailment.
It's time for Brad's ailments, Brad's ailments. Oh, Brad, you're such a sickly boy. It's Brad's ailments, Brad's ailments.
Just sort your bleeding life out, will you, Brad? Jesus.
Okay. That was Brad's ailments, the Ashens edition. My good friend Ashens made that for me. I am always sick. These awful, terrible diseases. Remember the first time this person did this? Remember the first time this person did this and like Donald Trump had just been elected and we were all like, haha, what a fucking loser. Fucking calm down. Oh my god, the embarrassment of being that person. Do you remember? And then literally like a week ago we all did that. I literally did. I woke up and was like, oh fuck. Do you remember? Whoever that woman is. I want to apologise to her. No, I don't actually. She was still overreacting the first time. But if you did it the second time, absolutely acceptable. Fully and completely acceptable. I now forever think of Silent Hill 2 whenever I see that Gorilla Wife meme. You're welcome. That's the comedy genius that you can expect from me here. Okay? Arwina. Poor Arwina. Struggling to keep up as it is. You know? The confusing thing about Arwina is that Arwina has been following since the 19th of August 2015. But has only just spoken for the first time today. 9 years. Arwina's my oldest friend. Did we go to school together? What is this? The more things change, the more they stay the same. War and its consumption of life. And wish my sister would show up on time, imagine. Imagine she showed up on time. It's now 1 minute past 2:30. Now I'm going to let her off, because there's a very annoying one-way system that she has to go through to get here, but she should have accounted for it. When I am doing stuff, so when my family live in a completely separate reality to me, because I say I'll be there at 2:30. I'll be there. You could get a fucking precision, a quartz accurate fucking timepiece that is adjusted based on the global positioning of the fucking planet. And I'll be there at exactly the fucking moment that the second hand hits 2:30, right? My family will say stuff like, yeah, maybe lunchtime. How about we see you at dinner time? In the morning. You know? And lunchtime, it turns out, is anywhere between 11 a.m. and about 4 p.m. My Deloney. He's mine. Perfect amount of months, 69. Nice. We get a goodbye. Well, I don't actually want to activate her, to be honest. Because she is hyper as shit. Because she knows that something's happening because I've packed up all of her stuff. I don't want to freak her out. She's very old. The thing with Chihuahua-san is, yeah, she's a funny little chihuahua and I can like pick her up and fuck around. Like Merlin, I could just like pick him up and throw him across the room and nothing would happen. He was like Flubber. He just bounced back from it. No injury. And I honestly really got very used to that. But this animal is unwell. Okay, they're here. I can show you. Change it. I can show you. Everybody say goodbye to Chihuahua-san. Just woken up. Goodbye, Chihuahua-san. Chihuahua-san. Alright. I'm gonna run her downstairs, say hello to my sister, and then get the fuck out. I've prepared for you this video. The complete Dark Sun campaign setting complete guide.
The sun
Enjoy. Take notes. Ratch, you're in charge.
bleeds. The ultimate genesis of
Also,
life
was this recorded by Ratch? I think Ratch made this video.
has been soaked in the crimson sins of man. The precious soil refuses to surrender her bounty of food and transforms to sand, silt, and dust. The seas have shrunk to nothingness, and rivers are barely a trickle. This is the world of Athos, the world of the dark sun. But Athos was not always like this. Long ago, in lifetimes unremembered,
Another world, another time, in the age of wonder. 1,000 years ago, this land was green and good.
the world of Athos was once blue and beautiful. The sun was a brilliant sapphire orb, shining over boundless cerulean seas. The halflings were the only intelligent race at that time, diminutive in stature but expansive of mind. The halflings built an advanced civilization that stretched across the many thousands of islands in the world-spanning Athasian Sea. Though ignorant of true magic, the brilliant halfling savants were able to devise a way of controlling the energy of nature. By sacrificing the life of plants, they were able to shape the world to their whim. Much of the records of this time have been lost, but all agree it was a paradise and a time of wonders. Mighty cities built of ever-living plants, surrounded by great oceans teeming with life. War and hardship were unknown.
The race of mystics came to live in a dream of peace. Their ways were the gentle ways of natural wizards.
The halfling capital was Tiragi, a beautiful vine-draped city in a verdant mossy marsh. All of the brilliant colors of nature were expertly placed upon countless buildings grown from trees rather than built. Instead of streets, Tiragi was crisscrossed with hundreds of shallow canals. All was joy, perfection and harmony made glorious by the halfling nature lords. For untold generations, the halflings were the undisputed rulers of a world civilization based on the majestic union of nature. Until the world changed. The meddling halflings were never satisfied with their bounty, and attempted to shift the balance. Renegade savants forgot the ancient laws of working with nature, and instead they found a way to force the earth to bow to their will. With this newfound might, the halflings thought they could double their food extracted from the oceans. Alas, these experiments created a mighty poison. Their gluttonous desire for more power and food caused a brownish tide of algae that spread inexorably into all of the waters of Athos. Countless thousands of creatures went extinct. Oceanic plant life died off almost entirely, and the halflings too would have starved to death or been choked with disease had they not taken drastic measures. The nature lords understood the only way to stop the cancer from eating all of Athos's life would be to use their precious sun. Most of the halflings who had not already perished from starvation retreated to a mighty stronghold known as the Pristine Tower. With a supreme effort of sacrifice, the halflings used the might of the sun to destroy the algae and destroyed their civilization in the process. The brown tide was eradicated, the seas were drained, and true continents took the place of the tiny archipelagos of the halflings. Mountains rose from the receding oceans, forests grew, and huge grasslands stretched across the horizon. A new green age began, named for the abundance of trees, grass, and plants on the new continents, fed by the life of the newly yellow sun. The final act of the nature lords was to transform most of their race into new life forms, that they may better survive in the new world. The little folk were transfigured into dwarves, elves, humans, trolls, orcs, ogres, and all the other sentient races, common to worlds such as Greyhawk and Faerun. A few halflings remained, but withdrew into scattered settlements far in the wilds. Kingdoms were built, continents settled, and the world was farmed, hunted, and mined by the new races. All could have been as it is on 1,000 other prime-material worlds, if it wasn't for Rajat and his crusade. At the dawn of the Green Age, one race stood above all the others, the Pyrene. They were a mixture of all the other races, in appearance, and not to be found on any other world but Athos. The hybrid Pyrene in many ways represented the wisdom and benevolence of the ancient halflings. They lived a solitary life far away from the younger folk, seeking to guide and help them whenever possible. Perhaps they were the primordial nature lords transformed into a new visage so they could ensure the success of their grand design. Tragically, one of these great watchers turned his formidable intellect to violence and cruelty. His name was Rajat, the first mortal to develop sorcery on Athos. Deep in the primeval forests, hidden from his fellows, Rajat learned to shape and bend the world to his whims, without the gentle touch of natural law. As Rajat was the sole possessor and originator of magical power on Athos, all those ignorant of spell-weaving found him unstoppable. Originally, Rajat was a gentle soul seeking to love and help those around him. He wandered Athos, bringing peace where there was war, and plenty to the starving. Rajat's limbs were weak, but his mind was supremely powerful. His powers of the brain, called psionics, was as mighty as he was hideous. The other Pyrene were a race of transcendent beauty, near immortality, and great wisdom and virtue. Yet Rajat was a cursed thing compared to his kin. His face and body were crippled and deformed. Thus too his soul became as disfigured as his body. As he sank into despair, Rajat became weary of the never-ending violence and stupidity he felt afflicted the new races of Athos. He began to feel that nothing he did
How's the
could ever
video,
really bring
guys?
any change, and those he tried to help perhaps did not deserve it.
Just
After
2 hours
centuries of
and
self-hatred,
34
Rajat
minutes
poured
left
his
to go.
bitterness and rage outward. Rajat looked upon the green age with nothing but disgust. He saw the humans
Raj
and
doing a pop
demi-humans
quiz.
as no better than beasts that bred prodigiously and
Rach, did you make this video? Is this you? Why does it sound so much like you? Is this just
swarmed
what
across the
Vermont
world.
sounds like?
The presence of these
Is this
creatures
Vermont accent?
was a crime of usurpation to Rajat. The world belonged to the halflings, and it was lost, he felt, through no true fault.
Alright, I'm back. Guys, is back. How was the video? 6 minutes. You wanna play a Dark Sun game? I've always wanted to play a Dark Sun game because the only real thing I know about Dark Sun is that there's no healing in it and no paladins. Like, there's no divine magic. So anything that like pulls from divine magic, clerics and paladins and stuff, just doesn't exist. Which just kind of makes the game, it's like D&D but pretty hardcore. And that sounds fun to me, but I feel like we're just, it's almost like making a meat grinder, isn't it? I guess. Halflings are the overlords? Wait, why? God, what did I miss? Mistlight Extreme? We had a paladin in Mistlight. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Alright, should we get on with this game then? I've been looking forward to playing some more Dragon Age. I started this game last week. And that means I've forgotten how to play it. Which is exciting for everyone, because they're going to get frustrated with me. What do you say, Arwina? Should we start playing the game? We could be all day. We could be here all day waiting for Arwina to reply.
Whoa, 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 yeah. His name is Brain. His name is Brain now. He is an elf, probably, definitely. He is a city elf, yeah. Tiny little big city elf. Tiny little big city elf. Shaman Soots, the boy will be king. He's playing an elf. He's playing himself in a game, yeah. ELF, he will be a rogue or a mage, yeah. Tiny little big city elf. Tiny little big city elf. Shaman Soots, the boy will be king. He's playing an elf. He's playing himself. Tiny little big city elf. Tiny little big city elf. Shaman Soots, the boy will be king. Let's fucking go. City boy, pointy ears, stabby stab, city life. Tiny little big city elf. Tiny little big city elf. Trauma and Soots, the boy will be king. Welcome to Dragon Age with your boy Braid. Big city life, elf on the shelf. ELFPNIS.
This game has gone on long enough.
Oh, spin the wheel. You earned one. Today? Oh, Oribus. Oribus earned you a wheel spin. I mean, we don't need the sub goal. But Ratch wants to know if we're going to release the track. And I'll tell you this. You've only got $156.85. Man, I'm dumb as shit. Left to go. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make a Discord right now. And we'll call it Create Channel Text. Stream songs. Stream songs? What do I call it? Release the track? Released tracks. And then how do I make it so that no one can talk in there? So that it's just songs that I post. Oh, hold on everyone, stop everything. Gary's here. Yesterday in D&D, we went to the Misty Forest to stop dragon cult attacks, and we were interview witnesses, and one mentioned a squeal spotting them before a dragon attacked them. So we interrogated a canary and discovered they and the squirrels had joined the dragon cause promised to help them in their beefs with the ravens and chipmunks. The canary scream because I didn't want to be burdened with sentience. I didn't want to be burdened with sentience, by the way. Is the greatest line ever written. I mean, just look straight up, Gary. Just hardcore philosophy there. Damn, boy. That actually sounds amazing. I kind of love that a dragon managed to get a bunch of squirrels to join their cause because the squirrels have their own war with the ravens and chipmunks. Was about to cast Awaken on them. What does Awaken do? Awaken 5e. After spending the casting time trusting that the target will have either no intelligence score or an intelligence of 3 or less, the target gains an intelligence of 10. Oh, this is the Flowers for Algernon spell, which is just cruel. The target also gains the ability to speak one language you know. If the target is a plant, it gains the ability to move its limbs, roots, vines, creepers, and so forth. It's charmed by you for 30 days or until your companions do anything harmful to it. When the charmed condition ends, the awakened creature chooses whether to remain friendly to you based on how you treated it while it was charmed. You also need an agate worth 1,000 gold pieces to cast that, Gary. Damn. That is horrible. How do I make it so that no one can talk in here? I just put X on all of these things. But then I'm not going to be able to do it, am I? Hold on. Can I post in here? Yes. Can you? Someone try and post in release tracks. I'll hide it under music. Can anyone else talk in there? No. Okay, so that's is that correct? Okay. Now, what songs have you earned? Does anyone know? What do we have? What songs? There were the D&D songs, wasn't it? D&D Legend of Gary. I know this is not like you're like play Dragon Age, play Dragon. I don't know what you're doing. Shut the fuck up. Play Dragon Age, play Dragon Age. I know it's really annoying, but I've been promising to do this for like months at this point, and I haven't done it, so I'm just doing it now. Okay, so I can fucking sleep. Leave me alone. It's just endless people badgering me. Play the game, play the game. Don't play the game, don't play it. Watch the TikTok, watch the TikTok. Where's the songs? Where's the songs? Just fucking. I've got one pair of hands. Okay. Christ. And then in here, we had the theme of Gary. Where's that? It's Gary.
vast little forest, untamed and left wild. Where lives a small person, but he's not a child. A leader of men, a leader of more. He's listening now, Gabe, he's ready for war. A powerful druid, but he cannot fly. He's in love with death, but he cannot die.
His name it is Gary, and this is his story. What else did we put in here? Seg, Rambo of the Swamp. It's Gary. Seg's theme. Saber's theme. Smasher. And you know what? There's some good songs in it if you want them for your own D&D games. Theme of the Desert. Theme of the Deserts. Theme of the Mines was good, and Theme of the Desert 2 was good. The Furry Dance edit. That's all of them in one. The Crypt of the Djinn was good. And then we had the Gary fight music. There's an edit that you can have as well. Gary fight music edit. And then Gary, okay. Okay, that's D&D Legend of Gary. And then we went with... And then we had Cyberpunk, right? That was the next. That was the first one. How do I find my... Where did I save them? By the way, I did not put these anywhere that like makes sense. So I've just got to find them in every folder, which is half the reason I haven't bothered. She's that bitch. It was called Kill the Rich, wasn't it? Do you sense a theme with my everything? Kill the Rich. And so then we had She's That Bitch, Electric Sickness. Mitch was fucking amazing. Scratch That Itch. Show Me to Me Rachel, Smoke and Piss, He's That Glitch, Kill the Rich, and Cyber Witch. Oh, Semen of the Sodomites. And He's German. What was Semen of the Sodomite? Oh, it was that fucking TikTok.
Semen of the Sodomites. Semen of the Sodomites.
Can't mosh because my headphones will get launched across the room.
Semen of the Sodomites. The thing that I was not aware of is that what Starbucks was doing is they were taking specimens of male semen and they were putting it in the blends of their lattes. Starbucks. In the blends of the lattes. In the blends of the lattes. Semen of the Sodomites. Millions of people sick it. Semen of the Sodomites.
This one came with an album cover. I fucking failed. God damn it, I've got to do it again. Oh, dude, these were good times, man. When did I play Cyberpunk? Was it before I got unwell? Was it just when I moved into this house? I had 1 month in this house before I fucking became incredibly suicidal. Oh, we had the remix as well. These take ages to upload. Six months ago, because this is when I started watching your streams. Really? Oh, I feel like you've been around for longer. Straight up banger. DJ. And they do that. Killer. Cyber Witch! They're all in like fucking Iranian and shit. I went with the weirdest languages. What was this one? This is like Serbian. Craftwork. Serbic. Okay, what game was next? What was the next game we made an album for? Mass Effect. I don't think we ever had as many as we did for the thing either. No idea where I saved this. Maybe Mass Effect. Oh yeah, Cosmic Tides. Upload failed. Where is it? And tell me I lost my Mass Effect. Song. Oh my god, spell it right. Fuck my life. Where did it go? It just came up and then vanished. Ew. What? What happened? What does that mean? Did I accidentally delete it? Yeah. How did I even do that? My computer's freaking out, man. After last week with the crash. So then we had banger. And then what? And then it was Wolfenstein. I didn't name this one. Then what? It's very Gurren Lagann, yeah. Outlaws. No, I don't see any for Outlaws. What else? Space Marine. It's gotta be it, right? And then Mechanicus. Little mechanical boys. Outlaws should have some. She's okay. Oh yeah, where did I put that? The chains of fear are broken. We're finally free. Oh, I put SWI. I haven't got you muted. I saw that you said Outlaws and I searched it, but I couldn't find it, and it's because I put SWO instead of Star Wars Outlaws, which is stupid. Obviously, future me is never going to find it. What else have you earned tracks for? Wukong? Was that it? Was there any other songs? You'd have to give me the fucking... I don't think I have any others saved for Star Wars. Some of them did get lost. I know that much. Okay, Black Myth Wukong. Then what? Space Marine's done. I mean, the perfect song. Is that it? And now we just have this game, right? Which you've not unlocked yet. This is where they go. Released tracks every $500. I am Jake Paul. I am Jose Mourinho. Okay. Let's restart. Now we're going to actually play the game. And you can earn this track. Well, release this track in the brand new Discord for just $500.
Tiny little big city elf. Tiny little big city elf. Trauma and suits, the boy will be king. Welcome to Dragon Age with your boy Braid. Big city life, elf on the shelf. ELFPNIS.
Yes, boss. Yes, boss. Alright, let's actually play the game now. No, you can't see the thing. Did I do it wrong? I don't know how to use Discord, by the way. Permissions. You should be able to view the channel. You should be able to add reactions. And that's it, I think. No permission to view message history. Alright, someone want to tell me how do I do that? Oh, read message history. Okay, try now. Some of you might have different permissions though. For example, Kyrie is one of my few trusted people in the chat room, and the rest of you are not. Kyrie has a very specific set of secret permissions. My internet die? Okay, am I back? I think I'm back now. Are we back? No. We're back. What is happening? Is it this fucking game again? Can you hear me? Hold on. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Horrible, disgusting voice. God, my most hated thing to have to do is check the stream is still going. Alright, great. That was just Twitch being like, oh, did you want to just lose all of your viewership? We'll hook you up. Okay, great. I love how well this website now works. Well, so welcome to the beginning of the stream, everyone. This is the beginning of the stream.
Game, yeah. ELF. He will be a rogue or a mage, yeah. Tiny little big city elf. Tiny little big city elf. Shaman says the boy will be king. He's playing an elf. He's playing himself. Tiny little big city elf. Tiny little big city elf. Shaman says the boy will be king. Let's fucking go. Tiny little big city elf. Trauma and suits, the boy will be king. Welcome to Dragon Age with your boy Braid. Big city life, elf on the shelf. ELFPNIS.
Guys, it's the beginning of the stream. We've returned. It's the beginning of the stream. Can you guess what I drew on a piece of paper for you today? Who is that? Arwena? As Arwena left. Arwena's fucking never ever coming back. Never ever ever. Never ever ever. Alright, now that I've lost 50% of all viewership because fucking who wants to start your week well? Hey, did we just wanted to fucking kick you in the nuts to start your day? Is it Monday morning? Here's a kick in the nuts. Yeah, I don't remember literally anything about what the last thing I did in this game was. Check in with Neve, who is apparently out here. I do not remember how to play the game, what the controls are, or what the game is about. What's this? Give me it. Oh my god, now I've got more clothing. Any ideas what the buttons are to access this stuff? Done a little big city I have. Done. Oh, it was common clothing. Oh right, I have to go and change that in the other mirror, isn't it? I guess this chest got lost in the fade. And someone shepherded it. I get it, because they made Mass Effect. Is it just me, or does the armor look somehow familiar? Like something an old friend would wear. Harding. Oh, is it some clothing from one of the older games? Upgrading your equipment at the caretaker's workshop will increase the item statistics. Finding another version of an existing item or personal information will increase an item statistics also. Okay. Well, I don't want to do anything about that. Nope. Not wasting materials on upgrading my swords now, because I don't know how I'm doing it. And at the end of the game, I always get to halfway through a game and they're like, you need 70 magnetite to upgrade your shadow blower sword, but you've only got 30 because you spent it all upgrading your level 1 sword. So you're gonna have to go and farm some more. And I'm like, oh, well, I'll never do that. I can't be bothered to do that. I'm not doing that. There's a character in this called Neve. What does that mean to you? It might be Nev. I have no idea what her name is. So, is this what I unlocked? Commonwear? I don't recognize that at all. Oh, is it Mass Effect clothing? That's why they said shepherded. The arm looks very Mass Effect. It is. I'll wear it. I'll wear it in honor. In honor of the Fallen. In honor of a game that I want to play, but you won't let me. Oh, Brad, what games do you want to play the most? Mass Effect and Final Fantasy. We're not gonna watch that. Play what you wanted to play and enjoy, Brad. Okay, I'll play Mass Effect. We're not gonna watch that. Alright, I'll play Final Fantasy 6. No way. We're not gonna watch that either. Okay, I'll play like a newer, shiny Final Fantasy. What about Final Fantasy 16? It's like really fucking easy to watch because it's beautiful. We're not gonna watch that. But you said play what you want. No. Play what I want. And play it the way I do, not the way you do. Do everything I did in my playthrough. Here's the ending. Alright. Well, thanks. Hi, Jeeves. Jeeves.
Hey,
I read that as
Nev.
Jeeves.
Hi, Wisps.
Jesus.
Yeah, they're still here, but
There's
you're here
Neve.
for leads. You want allies
wearing
to go
different
after the
clothing?
gods? I've got places to look.
She just not
if
have a
we
hat
can
on.
get anywhere but Arlathan.
Lara's working on it. What have you got?
Oh, that's your
Let's
first
start with the
name?
angles we
That's
know.
hilarious. You're in it. That's you.
The gods are corrupt magic personified. Who do we hire to fight that? First, the Antivan Crows.
You want to fight gods with assassins?
Not just any assassin, their most feared mage killer, the Demon of Virantium.
fashion age. Just play whatever you want and the audience will follow, surely. I'd watch the hell out of an infuriating Mass Effect run. Well, you didn't, did you? Because I tried to play it earlier on in the year and none of you fucking showed up. And now I just have this hangnail of a half-played Mass Effect playthrough just sitting in my brain, hurting my OCD every day. Their most feared mage killer, the Demon of Virantium, is fucking cool as shit. Sometimes, okay, so question that you may answer, people that have played Dragon Age, Veilguard. Normally in these games, these ones progress the conversation and these ones just give you more information and then you come back and pick these. But I feel like a couple of times I've done the more options and it's just progressed the conversation. What's the deal with that? Is it just in case you don't want to use one of these ones? Or am I just making that up and I just wasn't paying attention?
Working with a feared mage killer doesn't bother you?
If he doesn't have a contract out on me, it's not a problem.
We were near the end too. Well, we were maybe 2/3 of the way through Mass Effect 2. But it was killing my channel. It's the least amount of money I earned all year. It was fucking horrible. I was also like falling sick, which didn't help. That was like when I first got unwell. So I will forever blame you for it, but it was partially my fault as well because I took a week off or 2 weeks off because I got really unwell. And you just can't recover from that. Already the views were plateauing and dropping off, and then I took a chunk of time off and we have to like get back into it. It's just not going to happen. You lose all momentum. I think more does just give more info. I'm sure I clicked a couple the other day and it just didn't go forward, but maybe I'm just misremembering. I'm doing too many things at once. It is safe. Alright. If he doesn't have a contract out on me, it's not a problem. Oh, we're saying we're going to hire the mage killer. Alright. Sounds great.
Well, I'm sold. Now we charm the crows.
Fingers crossed. The demon got his nickname taking out blood mages and Venatori. From everything I've learned, the reputation was earned. I never uncovered his real name, and there's been fewer stories the last few years, but the crows would know. I can set a meeting with their bosses.
Good work. Let's give it a try. Do that. Now, I'm role-playing. This character is, believe it or not, me. That's why we look exactly the same. And I'm role-playing it as me, but in a fantasy setting, which basically means Tythair Viridis from Spellwind. And if you didn't watch Spellwind, I basically played myself, but if I was actually given... If I was brought up as a combat expert in a kill the rich resistance, my favorite, the dream, and we're getting closer every fucking day to it becoming a reality. Although I'm too old now, really. You never know. I could John Connor some shit. So I'm sort of role-playing this. So you might be like confused when I make weird choices in the game, and it's because I'm playing as myself. And you'd be like, why did you pick that option? And it's because I'm role-playing as me. But if I was trying to kill everyone who had more power than me. Now the rules are anyone with more power or money than me must be brought down to my level or lower. That's simply how the rules of my resistance works in my brain. And that's the end of it. That being said, I think I tell people good work. In a relaxed setting like this, we're hanging out, she's gone and done some fucking good work, I'd probably just say good work. Now she might find it patronizing, and later on I would definitely sit and question that, but I would say that.
This is great. Thanks, Nev.
That's what I'm here for.
I'm right.
You said the crows were first. What's next?
A
Are you
trip
Nev or
home.
Neve?
Back to Minrathous.
Capital city and heart of Tevinter. An empire of mages that knows a thing or two about corrupt magic. And who fights the worst of it?
The Shadow Dragons. Good idea. Resist the gods with our own resistance group.
If the gods enter the empire, our contacts back home might get something.
Also, how much of a hippie was your parents, Plumrug, to call you Nev? Or brought up in a cult? One or the other. We're experts on evil magic. I miss the Shadow Dragons. So the Shadow Dragons is the Entente, the resistance group that I used to work with, right? We would just fucking kill the rich. Working from the sewers, striking at the rich. Is that correct? Someone want to remind me what the TLDR on the Shadow Dragons was? And the more options are about our past work. Oh, here we go. She can tell me. Not Nev. Oh, it's our last name. Okay, but definitely hippie. Look at that. I'm good at that.
Years with the Shadow Dragons, and this is the first time we've worked together.
Directly. I gather information for the Shadows. You might have used one of my leads. And I've heard of you.
I bet everyone heard about the Nessus job.
You were right to avoid Minrathus after more than one Magister wanted your head. It was good work, though. And we've got more ahead.
Sort of tempted. It's our job to help people, and I miss the Shadow Dragons. I am motivated in part by helping people, but I wouldn't say it's my main motivation. Even in a resistance setting like this, as much as I would like to be more altruistic, I'm not. I think that's really just because I'm not in a position to be, though. So if I was put into a position of it, I probably would. If I had lots of money, or I was in just a full-on resistance, then maybe I'd consider this. But I think I'm just going to say I miss the Shadow Dragons.
You know, I miss the other shadows. Or I do when I get a second to think.
How many of those have you had?
I don't know. 5?
Sounds about right.
So we talked to the crows in Antiva and the Shadow Dragons in Minrathus.
I wouldn't mind checking in on my neighborhood either. If Balara's ready for us.
Yeah. Should check how things are going.
Okay. Get to Treviso or Docktown. And then what is all these? These are all side quests, right? We're not going to be doing that many side quests. Or I'll lose all subscribers. As much as I could very happily bury myself in this game for several months. I've got no idea how long this game is, by the way. I did look up how long it took me to beat the other ones. Motherfucker, dude, that hurt so badly. That was me crushing my thumb between my keyboard and the controller. I have no peripheral vision below my own chin because of the microphone when I'm sat at the desk and streaming, and it is just fuck, it's like the bane of my life sometimes. Why I can't spell when you see me typing stuff into the fucking poll and shit, and you're like, why is he always ripping people for not being able to spell? It's because I can't see my hands typing. And yeah, if I was a younger man, I wouldn't need to look at my hands, but I'm old now and I've got to do the thing where you fucking look at the typewriter, you know? Just leave me alone, okay? Yeah, same, man. Yeah, me as well. Oh, damn, I didn't write it down, but I deleted the playlists. Twitch only gives you a certain amount of playlists. It's very annoying. So I've had to go through and delete a lot of old playlists and like combine them into one. So anything that was like a full playthrough of a series, I combined into a series playlist instead. Metro series. So then I had to make a new one, so I just put all of Dragon Age into one playlist here. This is on Twitch, not on YouTube, but if you do ever want to... By the way, and a lot of people, because Twitch doesn't really utilize VODs and playlists and things, they're called collections on Twitch. But there are collections of like most of my playthroughs, especially for like big and popular series. I try and make them their own collection. So if you ever do want to go through and just put a playlist on, they do exist. It took me 18 parts, and these were probably 3 to 5 hours long to do Dragon Age Origins, and then I did the one thing there. And then Dragon Age 2 was 9, and then Inquisition, which I'm guessing this one's going to be closer to, was 2 weeks. So this will probably take me, I'll probably be on this for a while, if I burn through without doing side quests. My roommate's monitor fell on his face and fractured 2 of his teeth 2 days ago. What do you mean it fell on his face? It was like up, mounted? How did it fall on his face? What was he doing? I mean, kissing on a Pornhub.
Almost there.
Was playing Dragon Age and trying to kiss Bellara on the screen, and then it fell on his face. He was making out with his screen.
Sorry.
Can I?
Did you find him passed out and naked?
I got it. Mostly. Mirrors are funny things, aren't they? Reflections. They distort reality no matter what you try. And there's the trick. Control that distortion.
She's tinkering with shit. I wonder if she's going to make it better or worse.
There you have it.
What is that place?
If I had to guess, it's the Fade. Another part of it, I mean.
Oh, we don't want to go in there
Didn't
then.
Morrigan say this Illuvian could go anywhere? Didn't think that meant elsewhere in the Fade.
She called it the
Non-canon.
fear of us. Freedom of ways. I wonder...
Is it safe?
If that is the Fade on the other side, won't it be dangerous? As the Fade often is?
More dangerous than elven gods who wield the Blight as a weapon?
Point taken.
Some of the older texts talk about a place in the Fade where all the Illuvians meet. A
Why is this a
crossroads
harem
where
so
you could
far, by the
travel
way?
across all of Thedas in just minutes.
I've only got 3
We
companions
saw
and they're all
something
girls.
similar when we were chasing Solus.
Varric's
I
definitely
wonder if
dead.
it's the same.
Harem anime. Rise of the Shield Hero.
And it is not.
The fuck are you?
Who are you? And how did you get here?
The Wolf's Fang. You carry it now. Old paths. A new journey. Through there. I will wait.
Well, can't tell if that's a trap or not. But we're short on options. One way to find out.
And
think
it
it's
didn't
girls get it
feel
done?
dangerous, you know? Almost more sad.
It could be. That's the double-edged sword of like making every single character a strong, independent female character. Is that if you play a male character, it becomes Rise of the fucking Shield Hero. You gotta be careful. You gotta put some boys in here. Quick. Okay, here you go. Ah, fuck. Straight boys. Oh. No. Just a little conservative humor for you there. Don't worry, guys. I can still do it. Look, I'm not. Look, this channel. Look, I'm not woke. Okay, I can still do some do some humor for the other side. You're all welcome here. It's not true anymore, is it? I'm fucking sick of them. Just fucking leave. Just let women get abortions, please, for the love of God. And if someone says they're trans, just accept it and go and eat your cereal and shut the fuck up. It's really not that hard. That's all you got to do. How about this, guys? Every time someone says they're trans, instead of like saying anything, go and get a treat and eat it. Yeah? Eat the treat, get a little chocolate brownie. And then go, okay, and get on with your day. And slowly, like a fucking dog, your brain will adjust. Can we start handing out treats to people every time someone... fuck's sake, dude. I tried to make this place inclusive for years, but the rest of you ruined it. You all ruined it, didn't you? Ruined it. Oh, guys, it's time. I don't think so. I don't know what I'm looking at, but this is a good one. A lot of the time, that song gets flagged. And it's just not worth it, and I need to make just a heads up. Oh, thanks. The audacity. Dude. Bro, the feedback, you know? I filled out your feedback sheet. I found and filled out your feedback sheet. A producer in my ear. One of the things in my ear. Hi, if we could move on to the next segment. Let them, if you could let the guest continue to speak for, you've got 60 seconds, and then we're going to move on to the segment about global warming. 30 seconds. And 5 seconds and you're out. I mean, a producer! Clem Fandango! A producer of the channel. Slow character build. So I gave ZZZ, like I'm not aware of what this means. You were bored. A narcissist. Fully unaware. Zero social awareness. Zero social etiquette. Zero training. And you might be like, well, maybe they're a little, you know. No. This is narcissism. Pure narcissism. Dude. Slow character build. Wait a minute. Why have you banned me? Imagine. First thing they've ever said, right? Imagine you go into someone's fucking house and they're watching a TV show. Yeah? They're 3 episodes into the 2nd season of one of their favorite TV shows. And you walk in. You don't know them. You just walk into a random person's house. They don't know you. You don't know them. And you sit down on the sofa and you go, this is fucking boring. This is fucking boring, isn't it? And then the person goes, okay, first of all, who are you? Second of all, this is one of my favorite shows. I'm sorry that you don't like it, but this is my house and I'm watching my own TV show in the comfort of my own house. And you've just fucking wandered in. Who are you? And then they get offended. Not a big deal. Okay. Just letting you know that this is fucking boring as shit. Okay? I'm letting you know by shouting in your face, this is boring, that it's boring. That's all, dude. Just, why can't you figure that out? So I'm going to have to explain this to you. When I shouted, this is fucking boring at you and your TV while you were watching your own television show in the comfort of your own house and you don't know who I, a complete stranger, am. And don't respect their opinion yet. The reason I did that is because I was bored and letting you know. Imagine that happens to you. That's what just happened to me. Came in while I was making my character in my game that I was playing on my channel and enjoying. Told me it was boring. Didn't just leave. There's gotta be a bazillion people playing this game right now. A bazillion. Came into this one. Didn't just go, oh, this guy's doing it. I don't want to watch this. I'm going to go and watch another one. Oh, I don't want to watch this character creation. He's taking so long on character creation. I'm only here. I just want to see him get to the final boss. Right? Didn't do that. Just went, boring. You suck. Was removed. And then went, whoa. Hang on a minute. Why was I removed? Ban this one. Unban the child, yes or no? I will leave it to all of you in the chat room here to determine whether you would like them unbanned. You can type 1 in the chat room to have them unbanned, or 2 to leave them banned forever. It amuses me that PB straight up banned them. I was going to ban them as well, but PB got there first. I was going to, you know me, I like to toy with my food sometimes, and I wish I had, to be honest. See, this is the problem with Lux or PB or whatever being overprotective. And don't get me wrong, I love them for it. I truly do. Especially recently, I've just been not in a good mental place to be playing with my food as much. Because sometimes I play with my food and then feel a bit guilty about it. And the guilt I can't deal with. Normally I can handle it fine. I end the stream, I go and eat some dinner and I don't give a shit anymore. But you're marked for death. You're already banned. But then I start playing with you and then, you know. You think, you're like, haha, I mean on the joke, and I'm already like, you're banned in like, as soon as I'm bored of playing with you like a cat with a mouse. You've decided no. Slow CAC to build, so I gave Z's to let you know it was going slow. Not exactly a big deal, just a head up. Okay. I've decided not to unban you due to the fact that you are intolerable. Not a big deal, just a heads up. Send deny decision. Alright, let's carry on with the video game playthrough of video game. And it didn't feel dangerous, more sad. Oh, I don't know what they were talking about now, do I? Is why I need Baldur's Gate with the little thing on the side that tells me I don't know. Let's just be careful. That's a nice generic answer.
We have no idea what or who they are, so let's be careful. We need to be ready for anything.
And we still don't know what this Illuvian's gonna do. One of us should probably stay behind in case it closes.
Good point.
Just tell us when you're ready to go, Rook, and then we can figure out what's going on.
Chocolate brownie now. Here we go. Explore the crossroads. A mysterious network of mirrors that allows instant channel. Okay. Let's go. The way he struts, dude. The way he struts. Well, you can
Hello,
tell.
man. Who are you?
A caretaker. I go where I am needed, Dweller. Now, I am here.
And where is here?
The crossroads.
Cool. Is it dangerous?
Are we safe here, or are we gonna get swarmed by more demons?
The Evanurus hunger for the crossroads. Their influence is spreading. Blight, death, madness. They send their minions to claim this place. The crossroads is in a time of need, Dweller. I cannot protect you.
You don't have to.
God damn it. May the gods be damned. Alright, I'm back. Refresh. Guys, welcome to the beginning of the stream. Here we are at the beginning of the stream. Fucking hell. What's going on today? The stream just crashed, just to let you know, no big deal. Oh, by the way, you look really ugly today, just to let you know. No big deal. Oh, by the way, that color doesn't suit you and you look like shit, just to let you know. No big deal. By the way, I drew Vi, actually, Ratch. I drew Vi. So, welcome to the stream. It's the beginning of the stream. I didn't actually break the VOD this time, which is the only thing I care about. I care about my VOD watchers.
Roots and magical seals? What's through there?
I mean, that's some New Game Plus shit right there. You know, that's some collect some Riddler trophies stuff. Sorry, okay. The voice reminds me of Cole from DAI, Dragon Age Inquisition. I don't know who Cole is. Oh, straight to gameplay, Z's. I was just letting you know that I was extremely bored of everything you were saying. No big deal. Dragon Age Inquisition. Oh yeah, him. Yeah, he was a weird little cool character. There's one Nuke wishes he looked like. Remember him? Nuke could do a fucking killer cosplay of Cole. Every time I click into the game. I don't remember how he sounds. But I can tell you this. I voiced this character in this game. We have to get to the crossroads. You're so right, it's not even funny. Yeah. 100%. There are certain
Can't travel this way.
people who look
The gods wanna
exactly
cut us
like you. This place is amazing. Dune's normal alluvians function with twinned lyrium fragments. One always leads to another. Solus somehow talked the crossroads into making fade alluvians that override them. His own network to run our rebellion, provided you ignore all the old stories about holding mirrors up to mirrors. Should I have context for those notes that I keep getting from Falatio? Falaci. And what is this thing? League of Legends skin packs available. You know, in League when you... Shut up, Brad. Okay, Bollara is a veil jumper. What is happening? This is just taking me to this. Oh, this is the party switcher, is it? I can switch them out. Who is my party? These two? What are you? A rogue? I don't really need Harding, do I? Is she a rogue? Ocean slinging scout. You're a mage. Oh, you're a bow. Wait, I don't think they have the same classes as me. I'll take Harding and Neve because, if I'm honest, between these three characters, I feel nothing for any of them. I feel nothing strong to bit for any of them. I like all three of them, but I don't have any inclination towards one over the other. They are the context. You can chop the cacti. Which cacti? I haven't even seen one. Oh, these. Fucking pointless. Oh, they don't accept arrows, though. My favorite activity in this game, really? Okay. However you stim. Fine by me.
Yeah, this dock seems sturdy.
Oh, hi, Karen.
So, you can ferry us to the other islands?
Winds await, dweller.
Dope.
I'll take that as a yes.
Are we going? Do I need to click a button? Oh.
We sail.
I don't remember the architecture in Dragon Age being so gothic. I remember it being like classic looking medieval castles and stuff. I remember it being, it looked very witchery. Everything in this, Tevinter, the Fade, it's been very like gothic style. And then the lighthouse and the other stuff is very, reminds me very much of the Jedi Fallen Order, High Republic stuff.
So we're
It's very
interlopers
High
too?
Republic, isn't it? It's the north. This is just the architecture of the area. That's fucking cool as shit. I'm doing that, man. I'm making notes. You know what? I'm doing that. I'm doing that, man. I'm gonna do that. My next setting. The whole time I've been playing this, and the last couple of days of, well, the last couple of weeks of watching things, I'm currently working on 4 table story projects. Cura, non-canon, Mistlight 2, and Untitled Table Story Project 2025. And it's Untitled Table Story Project 2025 that I need to just be throwing notes into a document now to remind me when I really get into it. This is my process. I don't know if anyone else has a process like this, but for me, I have to just sort of like, if I just write down the words like distinct architectural styles for different areas, that's all I need to write down. And then when I come to it later on, because I'll forget it if I just carry on playing the game, I'll forget everything I thought about today. And in fucking 3 months, when I come to begin truly building this setting, I will have just a list of notes that I can expand upon, you know? So it won't be that I might not even remember that I pulled it from this. So a lot of people, I think, probably think in their head, oh, I'll take that from Dragon, or like when you're watching my stuff, you're probably like, oh, he took that from Rune Terror, he took that from Final Fantasy VI, he took that from Dragon Age. And you might be right in quite a lot of the subconscious approach to things, but I don't actively do that, you know? I just do stuff like this where I'm like, oh, it's kind of cool to have a distinct architectural style for each area of the world, which a lot of, you know, that's just history. The real world has that. But it might be nice to try and really get something like that across. I have an approach to my next game, my next long-term game that I'm running, that I want to be... I want it to feel a little different to some of the other stuff I've run, which means doing stuff like this, I think. I very rarely... It's been a long time since I've really put a lot of effort into thinking about things like architecture, because I don't really bother describing it. I find most people, I just look around the players and they're fucking bored as shit, and I look into the chat room and everyone's typing Z's when I'm explaining, oh, this area has this like ancient I did it with Cura at the beginning. I was like, there's this, everything is built out of thatch, wood, and this very distinct and interesting looking blue stone. No one gave a shit. But if I make it important, they might. So we're going to write into my notes distinct architectural styles for each region, italics for a reason. Plot question mark, non-italics. Now, in 3 months, when I open this document and read that again, I will have no idea what that means, and that's my favorite place to be, because it means I'm not just directly ripping things from stuff, but I that's my springboard, you know? Does that mean anything to anyone? Has anything I've said made sense? You're all so bored. It's unbelievable. You just want me to play the game. I don't know why I share myself with the internet. It's pointless. The most successful people on this platform don't say fucking anything. Anything interesting at all. They say the most generic shit and just quietly play the game. It's
The Fate
stunning.
Tear. That's where they're breaking through.
The gods are breaching the fate itself.
Can't remember how to play. Oh, no idea what dodge is. Circle. Forgotten all the buttons. Haven't played this since Friday. Legitimately do not know how to use my abilities. How do I tell them what to do? There we go. Absolutely no idea what I'm doing. Kill this motherfucker. Fucking carpet bomb. I thought you were my friend. I sort of felt like I was getting the hang of it on Friday, and I've lost all of it. I've lost all of it. No idea how to play. Completely forgotten the flow and the controls. The thing is with this game, it's not massively intuitive either. You sort of have to learn this game's control system. It makes sense to me when I'm in there, but not doing a good job of it. You ever sit still for 3 hours and think about narrative beats? No, I can't sit still for 3 hours. I'll fucking take my own life. That's insane. No, I think about all that stuff. I mean, I guess it depends what you mean by narrative beats. It depends on the show and what's going on. Usually I think about that stuff when I'm like falling asleep. It'll be just as I've like shut down my computer and I've relaxed and sat down somewhere, I'll think of the most interesting thing to write out, some sort of scene that makes sense or something, and I'll be like, oh my god, I now need to turn my computer back on and get back into it. Do you pick the game system first or the story first and the game system? Well, I don't really change the system much, right? I predominantly run D&D, and then I just fuck with it. Susan. I'm dreaming, but this time I know I am. Even if I didn't, this place would tell me. I'd never dreamed of a place like this. This is the Fade. It doesn't really feel like the Fade, does it? When you went into the Fade in the other game, it was like you were in the Nazgul dream world that Frodo goes into. This just feels like I'm in another area of the world. I feel like it should be like way weirder. And like dreamlike, you know? This just feels like I could be in... I'm in Montana. Are you in Montana? So I don't really often get to change the system. I'm not massively bothered about that because the system means very little to me.
Find that which seals the path.
Okay. Press triangle because that's what jump is in Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, I don't often get to run other things, but in the rare case that I do run another thing, sometimes someone, for example, if it was like a sponsored thing, then I would pick the system, right? I've run superhero thing before, and that was because I wanted to use that system. I've run Star Wars, and I had the story, and then I picked the system afterwards. There's a couple of Star Wars systems that you can use, but I was most in. I don't really like any of the Star Wars systems. So there's no, I don't really, it depends. If I see a system that I like that gives me an interesting idea, then the system comes first. If I think of a story that doesn't match a system that I can quickly apply it to, then the story comes first. So it's not really a process like that for me. You'd probably that's a better question for Whack or PB, who run more diverse systems than I do.
Blood magic has sealed the way. Only their champion may open it.
A champion?
It dwells on this island. Challenge the champion and claim its essence. This path will open to you.
Right. Okay. But for me, I'm only interested in telling a story. Some people are interested in the system. Like, they want to know about the mechanics of the system, and the story comes second.
These roots may be unbound, Dweller. Seek out what holds
There's a
it
lot of these
closed.
champions I have to go and kill, huh? I'm guessing you continually come back here throughout the game. But I'm interested in a story, and the system is just there to facilitate an interesting and fun way to tell that
Looks
story.
like an entryway?
So it's not too important to me.
What's going on here?
Is that spirit a prisoner?
The mechanics of systems and things are secondary. I barely care. I barely care. They're just a framework for us to be able to tell what I think is a more interesting story. If you're adding dice, random elements, and group storytelling into a sort of preconceived idea of an adventure or story that you have in your head, the story that becomes written, or the finished product of that story at the end of a campaign, is so interesting to look back on and go, okay, that's why I often, you'll hear me say, the book version of this would have had this happen, or that's exactly what I would do if I was writing this, is one of the things that I say a lot as well when I'm GMing. And what I mean by the book version of this is, if I was just to write a book of this story, rather than tell the story with a group of people and roll dice and have this mechanics of a system around it, then that book, the novel that I wrote by myself, would look one way, but then the other story that's told, that I think is a much more interesting way of telling a story, has the elements that come in from other people and dice rolls and the mechanics of the game restricting certain elements. And that for me is very fun. But I have an idea of a story in my head. Now, they can go off script, and they absolutely will and always do, and it doesn't upset me or bother me, and it doesn't ruin the story. There's usually a framework in place that's very difficult for them to get away from. And then, you know, I've always kind of likened it to, before I run a campaign, I have the bones of a creature on a table, and then I just hand the lab over to everyone else. Myself and the others and the dice rolls begin to flesh out that creature, and at the end of it you have a flesh-covered story, right? But the bones were still always there, set by me. But yeah, I don't really care about the setting. I mean, I don't care about
How's
the
your
mechanics.
head? The guards really knocked you about.
Hi, Tara.
Well, it's...
Do you remember our mission? Gillinane's lab. The wolf sent us to infiltrate her testing grounds. Things didn't go perfectly to plan.
Who does she think I am?
But the wolf smuggled in help. A key. If you can fight, grab the key and we'll run for it. Just be ready for whatever the witch has in store.
Who does
It's
she
like
think I
all
am?
she sees is another ancient elf. One of Solus's agents?
Ah, freedom. We'll move faster if we split up. See you ahead.
This is Solus's memories. I did just get her on a flying boat, that's true. The Fade has different areas, because Black and White are where you talk to Solus in the Fade as well. Oh, okay, right. You sometimes read a story or watch an anime and then after it imagine, what if this didn't happen or if this character would have reacted differently? Yeah, all the time. That's how I watch everything. Do you have an ending in mind for Cura at the start, and if so, has it changed? Yeah, I'll probably, if we get to do a round table, I'm really squashed for time, and I'm actually having to cut some stuff out of the ending, which is killing me. I've been going over and over and over it in my head. I think the ending's going to be a little bit unsatisfying, but I kind of always think that. I'm not sure, but I'm okay with it because it, you know, they're on. The ending that I had sort of vaguely planned in my head is what is going to happen, but I didn't have any specifics down exactly. But Cura was always supposed to be a there and back again story, and that's really it. It didn't matter too much what the specifics of the ending were to me, because this story was always going to be you get the quest, you go to the place, you collect the thing, you come back, because the point of it is that this last bastion on this dying planet of life exists here. You are the chosen ones. We're going to hold off the enemy as long as we can, go and get the thing that kills the enemy and come back. But that journey is this arduous journey out into this blighted world. They were given two options. They could go east or west. Ultimately, either way, they would have been able to acquire the thing that they needed, you know, because they unlocked fast travel. There was always going to be able to do that. So eventually they would have been able to just zip around whenever. And then they come back with the weapon, fight the boss, you know. And then there's a lot of specifics in there that I can never account for and never write down. But I would say that over the course of Cura, there have been about 10 different endings that have come through my mind that looked like they were a genuine possibility. And then they were whittled down until a couple of weeks ago when I was like, I think this is going to be the way that it ends, even if they aren't aware of it yet. This is probably how it's going to go. And they've been like spitballing lots of different endings, and they've mentioned it a couple of times, so they're pretty much on track. I don't think that it's going to be like this massive mad plot twist.
Somehow it's
or
even
anything,
more
but
revolting here.
Again, it's very hard to predict what they're going to do and what's going to happen.
Memories.
Can I fight this?
Fight.
Oh, Jesus. Testicles. Testicles everywhere. Jesus. Watch out. There are testicles over there.
Finish it.
Didn't mean to do that. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just pressing buttons. Oh, it's so hard to escape.
So Gillenane was experimenting with
The giant thing that happened there. Aqua snakes? What the fuck?
In her lab.
Thank you,
If
my
it's a
friend.
memory, let's go with it.
Jesus.
We need to find our way out before Gillenane
Jesus
finds us.
Christ. Thank you for the 5 gift subs, my friend. I don't know what I've done to deserve it. Nothing. But I appreciate it. But yeah, Cura will be finished within the next 2 or 3 weeks. That's it. This is the end. And it was never really a show that was supposed to have like an insane ending. Because this was a show that I really wanted to focus. It was my version of The Hobbit, but not at all. But in terms of story structure, there you go there, get the thing, and come back there and back again story. And along the way, there are twists and turns in the lore and the revelations. Obviously, the revelations that happen in that show are the twists and the plot twists and the plot moments that stand out. And really, the ending was really only going to go one of a couple of different major ways in terms of major plot moments. There really was not that many options for this kind of a story, I don't think. So it's comfortably come down into one of those positions. I'm happy with it.
This unnatural
overall.
corruption demanded my personal attention.
There's very little they can do to ruin it at this point.
Strong. It has already blocked the escape route I had planned. We will need another way to the surface.
Let's all split up and find it.
I will destroy what corruption I can. You must cut through these monstrosities before Gillenane unleashes something worse.
Solus sounded...
Is that someone?
Rattled.
That was Solus? I didn't even read his name. Wearing a fucking wig? I assume Mordril had some bullshit in case the Elf Cura Justice League rolled all nat 20s. Yeah, they couldn't win. They die either way. That was the point of it. We were laughing about how it would be great to just play these really happy superheroes of the world, and then Mordril just comes in and annihilates them.
You see boundless creation and choose to
Oh, this is
destroy
Gillenane.
it?
Gillenane?
Learn respect for the life that will succeed you.
I just didn't read their names. I thought it was that
She's using
same
the
elf with the
testing
door.
grounds against us.
Oh, this is opening different doors. Get a weave. You might be interested. I think what might be more interesting for those of you that care about... I know a lot of you literally have no fucks to give about what I'm talking about right now. And even more of you probably don't even know what I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about the D&D campaign I run on Tuesdays. On Table Story. But, I think it'll be interesting when I share with you the original overarching story structure and plan and how that changed. Predominantly, most of the story structure and changes to plans that were like much bigger plans. Because I think there's going to be some things that I'm going to mention after the show ends. Can she equip that? That you're going to be like, oh, I wish that happened. Oh, I can't believe that didn't happen. I'm so annoyed that we didn't get to see that. And that kills me because I dread that feeling because it just makes me feel like I let everyone down. When you hear it, you're going to be like, oh, I wish we saw that happen. But a lot of stuff was cut for time. Which you're also, I'm sure, thinking like, what do you mean time? This isn't a movie. It doesn't need a 90-minute runtime. What the fuck are you cutting for time? You know, it's not like Wax Stevens behind me tapping his wristwatch. But there is actually a structured time to these things. If they go on too long, they just drag. They become just dead weight midweek on Table Story. And generally speaking, I refuse to have a show that runs over Christmas. Christmas kills shows. Every time we run a show that goes into Christmas, everyone goes away. Think about how you feel when you go back to work. You almost forget what your job is. And you disconnect from all of your habits because you're going and visiting family and doing all this stuff on Christmas, and you're away, you're off work for like a week, 2 weeks. You completely disconnect from all of your weird little habits. And you don't really get back into them. And when we run table story shows, we notice that. Once you run a show over Christmas, if you go into it, no one comes back. So we quite often try and end shows before Christmas for that reason. I think there's a thing to destroy in here, but I don't see where it's connected to. Oh, is it fucking this? So stupid, it's unreal. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, I was like, there's a couple of points where they they did some stuff that it just felt like if they went and did my pre-planned version of it, there's like no point because they've kind of already done it. There we go. I think I just need to get all of them, did I? And it's like you're just doing the same thing again, which would be fine, I think, if nothing mattered. But when you're producing it as a show, it kind of sort of just decimates pacing a lot, I think.
Time to go.
Free. And
So for like overall pacing
you
reasons,
and your allies warrant more study.
and in an attempt to get this show wrapped up before Christmas, I cut some pretty major moments. I cut some stuff with returning villains, which I didn't want to. But there's just nowhere to put it in. And then I lost an extra week as well. I thought I had another week before Christmas, but Maya is going away, so I'm ending it 1 week earlier than I even thought I was going to be, which meant that I lost another major encounter that I wanted to do before we really got into the true ending. So for me, the ending feels a little rushed, but it's not really. It just feels like it to me because I've had
We
to,
broke through to Gillinane's prize specimens.
had to
If
jump
this is what
forward a little
Darkspawn
bit.
looked like when Gillinane was experimenting, then
Maybe the Darkspawn we've been seeing on you.
Yeah, the vampire. I'm trying not to spoil anything, by the way, so I'm not referencing anything directly. But the vampire and Morgana were supposed to come back. This week. This upcoming episode.
Here, the blessing you denied.
And they've been cut. Dude, she looks so like a judge from Final Fantasy 12.
Gillinane got her.
But they've just been cut. There's just no room.
Look out!
And then what if you do the shred combo detonation thing? Glad I attacked that wall. Whatever would we have done if I hadn't attacked that wall just then? Just don't cut out the scene of the dead hero's hand twitching before. Yeah.
You would unleash a blight
I mean,
on this world
we
and
did
call
kind of
it a
get that.
masterwork. You, who were the most sensitive of us.
So is this his actual hair?
All that I am belongs to the pursuit of creation.
Rita Repulsa.
You chose to constrain yourself. I must climb to the heights only understood by gods. I go now to join them.
Wolf, you are greater than any of them. Please, help me.
He won't help her.
He's too afraid of the blight to do anything but end her pain.
I am so sorry I failed you.
Dave, yeah.
There is only one way I can help you now.
Wolf.
I'm gonna do it.
This place
Put a knife
and
in
the
her head.
corruption within it must be eradicated. No trace can be allowed to spread. Go. Your work here is done. There is no need for you to witness what I must do.
It's over. Solus destroyed the lab, the blight that was here, and his agent.
He was so ready to burn it all. Friends included. Not much has changed.
This fragment might tell us more.
Ah, after 10,000 years, I'm free. That helmet seems awkward for walking through doorways, right? For once, I just want one of these villains to do that. They give their, like, final speech. They're wearing a giant helmet like that. And that is why you will fall, heroes. You are nothing but muck on the bottom of my shoe. Be gone. And they turn around and just get caught in the doorway. Dong. Everyone laughs. Maybe that's what my next campaign will be. Can you believe I've never run a comedy campaign? Like, obviously there are lots of comedy moments and stuff, but I've never just had stuff like that happen in my games. No, my picture of Vi. It's been destroyed. I think it's because I spend all day being silly. In fact, I've spent my entire life just being like, haha, meme, haha, shield. You know? Blah, 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 blah. Saying, chatting some shit. Some sarcastic fucking comment. Some bullshit little roast. Some fucking cunty little fucking quip. And really, it's just like, shield. Sue Storm. Shield. That old man at the beginning of A Realm Reborn that's like, boom, and then the giant fucking shield goes over him when Bahamut's trying to destroy him. And when I'm running a campaign, I'm actually quietly, secretly trying to share a small slice of myself in a true, pure, creative space. So I'm not like, I don't feel the need to be like, everything's a fucking shitty little joke. So I've never like bothered, because I'm like, you know, I spend all day joking around. I don't need to run a fucking fun, silly thing. I guess August Alliance was kind of comedy with Flesh Lemon and shit. But it would be funny to have a villain and you're like, the villain has this enormous fucking headpiece on. And they turn around and hit their head in the doorway. Dong! This can't be. This can't be happening to me. The dark helmet moment, yeah. I just thought about that as well. A level up. Oh, I think I might have another point. Do I? No. What do we have here? The leaping shot. Yep. Done. Sold, because I'm going to accidentally do that so many times. Because I'm just spamming circle the whole time like I'm playing Black Myth Wukong. D&D movies like that. Yeah. To be honest, I think most of my campaigns are like that. I never... WAC and PB have a genre, or, you know, in their minds when they go into their show writing and producing process. What's happening? Oh, I need her to do it, I remember. Oh, he can do it. Using companion abilities with the Lyrium Dagger. Companions can be called upon for help with the Lyrium Dagger when they're not present. Okay, so I don't need her at all. I can do it all myself with my magic MacGuffin Deus Ex Machina. Doctor Who. My little Doctor Who. What's that fucking stupid Deus Ex Machina machine that Doctor Who has called? The fucking screwdriver of destiny or whatever. Sonic screwdriver. The worst device ever. I've not been able to figure out how to save the day. No, 1 minute before the end of every episode. Saves the day. The worst writing. Can't believe people still think it's good. But now what? I didn't open a way through. Was I supposed to do something else? Oh, did I go a different way? I didn't go down here. Here we go. The Sonic Screwdriver was my favorite game in the Sonic series. Actually, I think you're thinking of... I think you might be thinking of a different game, actually. I think you might be incredibly stupid, actually, because that's not what the name of the game was. Sonic Screwdriver was not actually a game on the Sega Master System, actually. The Paladin walking across the beach, yeah. That, like, I heard was improvised.
The Guardians can't hold
and
them
they
off for
just
long.
kept going. Oh, Jesus, we've got to save this guy. Imagine I knew any buttons. Imagine I knew the buttons of the game by now. It's incredible how much I've forgotten.
Is there something inside it?
A person? Aang. Dark Aang.
That's the champion we're looking for.
Oh.
Watch yourselves.
An evil demonic being.
Move now.
Oh, I jumped into it. Let me try my little... Oh, I did do it by accident. I didn't even realise. Exactly this thing I said. Oh, okay. Oh, it's unbelievable how bad I am at the game. I've actually gotten worse from forgetting every button. I was kind of getting the hang of it before. What's she done? She held him in stasis. I mean, unbelievable how bad I am at this. I've got no more revives? What do you mean I've got no more revives? There are revives in this? There are some fucking revives in this? Do I still have this thing loaded up? What, Brad?
Clementine, you there, Clem? Did you screw up the quick time event? Clementine.
Legitimately thought it was gonna break my fucking crash my OBS.
Our gods feed us. The gods inspire.
The Guardians can't hold them off for long.
The Guardians can't hold them off for long. I voiced this character.
That's the champion we're looking for. Watch yourselves.
Got a free little hit on this little bitch. Alright, I guess we want to hit him with this immediately. Completely missed that ability.
Not looking good, bro.
Oh, I need healing. I thought that... the stupidest man alive. Jesus Christ, Bradley. Thought I blocked him. I was so proud of myself. No idea how to block. Well, just press R1. L1. That's not what I mean when I say I have no idea how to block. That is not what I mean at all. Adrenaline rush. Shred.
Got it.
King. Learn the moveset. It's not even moveset, it's just remember the controls. Remember the controls. I don't remember them.
You bleed and we feed.
I just have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know how to block. Block does exist, like it's this, but it's like a parry block, so you have to time it perfectly. And I don't know when that timing is. At all.
That's the champion we're looking for. Watch yourselves.
That move is ridiculous. And you might be like, why didn't you just dodge out of the way? It was so obvious. Once you activate a move, you're stuck there forever. The rest of your natural born life. It also just fucking unlocks the lock on all the time.
Not looking good, bro.
And I also have no idea when to heal, apparently, either. The most stupidest man is alive. The most stupidest man alive. No, not that. What have I made it do? Oh, I think I was doing. Those are my moves.
Whatever that creature left might be handy for us.
That's the essence we need.
That's the essence we need.
Cold.
It's cold.
Oh, hope I don't have to carry it for too long.
Hope I don't have to carry it for too long. That was pretty close. None of you are proud of me, because that doesn't sound anything like him. The most loneliest day of my life. Oh. A statuette. Which gives me a skill point. Fuck yeah. I played the game one level up from easy, so I don't have to learn a single control. Whack made me play on hard mode, not nightmare mode, whatever one is not quite nightmare, but one above normal. And it was a mistake because the only thing that's happened is the weekend. bump, bump, ba-da-da, bum, bum, bump, bump, ba-da-da, bum, bum, ba-da, bum, ba-da, bum, bum. I'm playing it on hard, but I don't know the controls enough, and I'm gonna have to eat some muff this time. Ah. Perfect defense. Can't do that. Advantage duration. Don't know what that means. Primer duration. Don't know what that means. Physical resistance. Arrows gained. Damage versus barrier. Downfall. Hurricane of blades. Right, we're going for that. This is press square or triangle while airborne. Let me see what that means. Okay, great, perfect, great. Oh, okay, yep, got it, we get it. Debiru, my son. My boy. My child. The things that Victor makes in Arcane. The people that Victor makes in Arcane. Having to press 60 more times because it's harder difficult is mind-numbing. I straight up just think I had the weekend. That's all. That's all that happened. I can't. If I don't play something every single day consecutively, my brain cannot remember it. I'm pressing R1. Okay, because it wants me to do this. See? This time. The city's cold and empty. No one's around to touch me. I can see clearly when you're gone. I say, ooh, I've forgotten controls. 20% enhanced damage duration. Don't know what it means, but I've equipped it. Arcane, very good. Rushed, wasn't it? Or, no, the pacing was wrong in Season 2. I won't spoil anything. The pacing was wrong, and every episode had 6 music videos and then some dialogue. But, still better than most shit. Do you know what I mean? The criticisms are like, oh yeah, like, I'm comparing this to the first season, which is one of the best seasons of a TV show, full stop. The second season, still better than most TV shows, but when compared to the first season, weird pacing, honestly. And for some reason every episode is 6 music videos split up by some dialogue. It was really good. It's fucking beautiful. It's worth what. It doesn't matter how good it is. Like, it could honestly be so much worse. It could be bad. It could be bad. Written bad. Produced bad. Paced 10 times worse. And it's still the most beautiful thing you'll watch. And it's worth watching just for that alone, you know? How do I open this then? Oh, I have the essence. Really, really good. Super worth watching,
As
regardless.
the gods champion passed freely, so will you.
But the first season is borderline perfect. It's one of those things that you watch that you're like, this, oh, I'm watching something perfect. Which is very hard to do with a video game adaptation. You need that girl. What's her name?
That's a lot of Illuvians.
I want to say her name
And
is
they're all
Ella
intact.
Purnell, but I might be wrong.
Time to find out.
If you're making a video game adaptation for some reason and you put her in it, it will come out great. Otherwise, don't bother. Apparently. That seems to be the rule of thumb. Because she is the common denominator, right? She voices Jinx and she's in Fallout. Quite a lot to cram in, yeah. Yeah, it's weird. I feel like, I know that they just had a plan to do 2 seasons, and they're doing other stories from Runeterra, which I'm very excited about. I really am excited to see almost any of the stories they tell. I'm assuming they might just jump around the different areas, but I think it would be nice to see a kind of a whole world story next, or maybe like a Noxus versus Demacia thing. But the areas of Runeterra and the stories and the characters in there are really well done now. The original stories are dog shit because they're just like rip-offs of other games and characters, right? Which is why Jinx looks like Harley Quinn, because she is Harley Quinn. She's just a rip-off of Harley Quinn, and they just made a video game that was like, what if Harley Quinn fought against an evil version of Vivi, a Black Waltz from Final Fantasy IX, and then they just made that game. And then they rewrote all of the lore a few years ago. And since the first batch of characters from League of Legends, they've got a lot more original characters, and all of the original character stuff is very good. The game, the what's it, the King, the Ruined King, is fucking cool as shit. And the lore behind it, even with the lore with like Senna and what's his face, is Lucian, is it? Is fucking dope. Oh, don't give me two different. Open the journal to contact shadow dragons or recruit an assassin. How do I open the fucking journal? Oh my god, I have another point. So I'm really happy that they're going to be adapting other... oh, I didn't buy this. Why? Points available. 1. This costs 2 points. It's not unlocked. Why? I need this. No. Wait. This is bullshit. Just put Henry Cavill in it? Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, The Witcher wasn't exactly like an absolute fucking mad, overwhelming success. There was a lot of people that disliked that first season. And generally speaking, The Witcher is very touch and go. I can barely tell you anything that happened in it. And it wasn't really Henry Cavill's fault. Everyone really enjoys him as Geralt, but people didn't like all the other characters, right? Which is a shame, because I think all of them do a pretty decent job. I haven't. You undone it again. Shut up. Where's the journal? Oh. What is it asking me to fucking do here? Open the journal to contact shadow dragons or recruit an assassin. Why is it saying that to me? I'm just going to walk through this instead. What am I looking at? A nice looking castle. Or a room. Just go through one of the mirrors. Which one is the Shadow Dragon mirror? But yeah, Arcane needed another season, I think. I think they crammed in 2 seasons in the second season. The other one. Here we go. Ah, okay, gave me an option. Contact the Shadow Dragons. Travel to Docktown via the crossroads or far... Oh, this is what we're doing, of course. Right, we were just walking through the crossroads. God. So distracted. Yeah, the Jinx Vi Piltover storyline could have done another season, I think. Because this one's like really weirdly paced this season. They just bang out loads of it. The first season's kind of borderline slow at times. They could even have squeezed some of it in there to slow this season down, but
it always is.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to whatever they do next.
Did the Shadow Dragons know we're here?
Nev Gallus!
It feels like they built up a lot of Noxus stuff, so I wonder if they're going to do like that. The Black Rose is LeBlanc, right? For sure.
And it's
so maybe they'll
now,
do a Darius LeBlanc.
I thought you'd be gone for good.
And the other guy.
How are things?
Story.
Same old Minrathus. Major's not letting us poor, ungifted wretches forget where we stand.
Hello, Pike.
You know
from
the
League of
Viper.
Legends. As a Shadow Dragon, you worked with Tarquin and the Viper. Nice entrance.
I know he likes to
Hi,
make an
Ulla.
entrance.
Thanks for the 78
No one
months,
watches
my
the
friend.
rooftops.
Is that Matt Mercer?
Sure, that's what he says. So why the meeting? Is this about your work with Varric?
Something terrible got loose when we disrupted Solus's ritual. A pair of elven gods.
Gods?
They blighted a village in Arlathan, Demeter's Crossing.
There are Venatori whispers about that place.
Yeah, for sure.
Now we know why.
What's been happening in the city?
Underground sacrifices, dangerous relics flooding the black market. The cults gather.
Were these in
power.
previous games? It is him? Yeah, okay. What relics?
Relics? What kind?
We were tracking a set of red lyrium relics before
We
got
were
here.
tracking a set of
Smuggled
red
in
lyrium
recently.
relics.
They enhance blood magic and can summon demons far too easily. We destroyed one and tore another off a slaver.
We think the third's right here in Docktown.
Docktown's my home. If it's got problems and I'm here, I can track this faster than anyone in the city.
What about our other job?
Wait, aren't you forgetting something?
Sorry, Rook. I'm not quitting our bigger job. I can meet you at the lighthouse as soon...
As soon as we track the relic. Two people looking are better than one, right? If the cult's connected to the gods, it can't hurt to learn more. The relics don't play nice with the Veil, and they resonate with each other. We destroyed the lyrium in the last one we found, but it should still track the third.
Give it to me. I'll get it done.
We'll keep eyes on the Venatori. If there's
The
a tie to these elven
Venatori.
gods, we'll find it. And welcome home, Rook. Try not to get
Viper.
yourself run out of the city again.
He's like an Assassin's Creed version of Pike from League of Legends. Is anyone caught up with Critical
Ready
Role
for a
Season
tour
3?
of
No,
Dogtown?
don't tell me
Stick
anything
with
about
me.
Critical Role.
The relic the Viper
Shut
gave us responds to the missing one.
up.
And it is. It should pick up places where the missing relic disrupted the Veil. Find a trail of
Shut your
those and we'll
damn
get
mouth
somewhere.
right now. Not another word.
Sorry, do I know you?
Oh, wow. What a fucking... A guy from New York. And the city's cold and empty.
Hey, they call me Tick.
I tick.
Others said I got stuck to her like one of them and drained her of life.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's not funny.
Yeah. It turns out... You want to know your real name? Yeah, it's Bradley Smith.
So you live in Dogtown?
My whole life. Unless I'm away on a case. Or crashing in the Fade.
Oh, we
This
came
place
here,
is
right?
calmer when the palace isn't trying to
No.
kill us.
Did we?
Oh, sure.
Where are
We're
we
just
right now?
chasing a dangerous relic through the
Fucking
streets.
tried to kill that person. Docktown, not Dogtown. Dogtown, I'm thinking of Cyberpunk and the other game where you jump around like a thief. And the city's cold and
Sorry,
empty.
Oh no, I was half agreeing
Pet the
with
dog,
you.
10 out of 10 game. Pet the rat, 20 out of 10 game. Why is everyone here very small? Are they children or gnomes? The reality of being a gnome in one of my D&D games where everyone calls them a child. By the way, that's how you know in non-canon whether the world has gnomes or not that they're going to. That they will call Candle a child. They'll be like, you and this child you're with is how you know. Otherwise, they will refer to him as a gnome. But it is important to me that if you're playing a gnome, that everyone refers to you as a 10-year-old boy or whatever, you know. Are gnomes and halflings the same in D&D? No, they're both small folk, but halflings are like pretty much hobbits, and gnomes are more like They're almost like halflings are almost like
The relic's
human
pulling toward the Temple of Andraste.
small folk, and gnomes are almost like elven small folk. I would say they're more magically inclined in sort of nature. I don't. That's a very loose interpretation, but they're not the same. Gnomes can reroll ones and they live to 400. I think it's halflings that can reroll ones. No. Halfling luck. I fucking hate halfling luck, and I hate the luck feat. And I think if you take it, you don't like fun. I think if you take halfling luck and you make a rogue fighter with counterspell, take mage initiate and rogue counterspell, you're the least fun human being that's ever been in existence.
What happened? It's locked down, sir.
Genuinely think I've played that, by the way, before. Can we snag Lucky for Lyri? No. I'm actually going to change a couple of things since we're probably going to be doing a level up. I want to look at the D&D Beyond thing. I can't say D&D Beyond anymore without hearing fucking Travis Willingham afterwards. In the back of my brain. But I think I'm going to adjust. By the time we're finished with this campaign, we're going to be playing not even D&D anymore. The Veilguard jingle. You got your favorite warlock, your weapons and supplies,
Locked.
but you need a place to
Right, on it.
stash your stuff because you're so
we
disorganized.
The court.
Is this what you do for the Shadow
You
Dragon?
click open a web page,
When you aren't with
and you
us?
heard about a
I
critical
look for
role.
things. People, objects, information. People have problems that
And
10
now you're
thousand
ready to
magisters can't
kick
help,
some butt
or won't. Work on
in a
top of
mine
mind.
shaft full of
enough to live
knolls.
on.
Fucking got it, dude.
Doesn't
Close
make me
enough, man. Pretty close for someone who never really watched Critical Role until this year. And that's really the only reason it's in my head enough. I can get away with singing that. That's a fucking banger. Dude. All of them piss me off so much. All of them piss me off so much. But he pisses me off a lot because he's good at everything and he's funny. Fuck you. And you're also not ugly enough. You're not ugly enough. You can't all be good looking. You can't be good looking and funny and be good at music and be good at acting. Fucking pick a lane. That pisses me off, dude. But both the intro, the second intro for season 2, and that D&D song that he made are unreal. And also it just sounds good as well, the way he sings it. It's D&D. Nailed it. Hilarious. Pisses me off so much. Makes me literally laugh every single episode, and that winds me up a lot. It winds me up a lot because my jealousy gets activated, and I'm so jealous. If he makes me belly laugh at the consistency of at least minimum once per episode, fuck you. Usually during the thing at the beginning when he makes an ad. At first when I started watching it, Maya was like, you should watch the ads at the beginning, and I was like, no. I'm not going to watch the ads, I'm just going to jump through to when the show begins. And now I understand. They're part of it.
Bodies in the courtyard.
The ads are so good. It's unfair how overskilled and pretty they all are. It pisses me off because they all seem like genuinely nice people as well. And it's like when I see these like people that live in LA or whatever, and they're all really good at acting, and they're rich and they're beautiful, and they're all good at singing and stuff as well, and you're like, oh, you wrote that as well as doing this thing, or you're really good at painting, or you know, they have all these other skills, and then you just find out that they're just a sociopath. They're just a sociopath. And you're like, oh, you're evil. There is a pile of bones and corpses that got you to where you are, of just people that you used up and drained their energy from them to help elevate yourself to that position. And I just don't get that vibe from really any of them. And it's very hard to say because I don't know them. I don't know anything about them. I know a couple of people that are like a degree of separation from them, and I've not really ever heard any bad stories about them. And I don't know anything about them. And quite often in this industry, I'd say 9 times out of 10, when I've met someone that you know, is in that kind of a position or in that place, they're awful. The never meet your heroes thing is so accurate, it's unbelievable. Even if I didn't like them, or even if I did like them or whatever, when I've met most people in this industry who are operating at like quite a high level and are really multi-skilled in that way, I'm like, oh, you're evil. You're literally, your character sheet says lawful evil. But I really don't get that vibe from any of them. It feels like they do genuinely feel like sort of decent and genuine people that lucked out, which is another element of this industry, because sometimes you just luck out. Sometimes you are just a normal person who's doing very well, who happens to have a couple of creative skills, and you rode a luck wave, rather than, you know, the sociopaths who have clawed their way to the top because they believe that the world is just a video game and they're trying to improve their top score on the leaderboard. And that pisses me off because I just want them all to be cancelled for being the worst people on the planet, because every single one of them is beautiful and multi-talented, and I refuse to draw in my jealousy. I refuse. I allow it to be unleashed. Every episode of Critical Role I watch, I'm just sitting there completely naked, just furious, headbutting the wall until I bleed. It pisses me off. Have more mental health issues and be restricted by them. Have more mental health issues and be restricted by them. To the point where you can't work. Fuck you. Pissing me off. If you don't have a mental health issue that restricts the level at which you can work, I don't like you. It's not true. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. An unsent letter on a random corpse that we've bumped into. Marcus, I've been delayed at the Chantry. We haven't done any... You know what? This actually doesn't feel very Dragon Age-y to me yet, this game. As much as I'm enjoying it, every now and then they'll mention something that's like the most Dragon Age thing of all time, which is the Chantry. And then I'm like, oh, we haven't done any of that like normal Dragon Age-y bullshit. This has just launched us straight into the deep end. This is Dying Order, isn't it? That's why. This is their Dying Order, where they're like, yeah, we did all that though. Now you fight God. Shut up. This is the 4th one. Obviously you fight God now. So shut up. I've been delayed at the Chantry. The sisters need time to gather the records we requested. I'm sitting on the steps as I write this. Someone just ran through the courtyard and gave me a weird look. I thought they could carry this letter, but I'll find someone else. I wish the sisters would hurry. I'll be very late, but still wait for me at the Lamplighter. I'll be there.
Killed.
And then you
Based
died.
on the marks, I'd say demons.
These poor people.
Oh my god, there's loads of them. Jesus.
Let it fuel you. The rage. The jealousy.
It gives me some hope that there are some genuinely nice ones. There are. It's just, they're just diamonds in the rough. And it takes so much to find them. It takes literally years of getting to know someone in this industry where you're not really spending a lot of time with people all of the time because there's so much going on. I hate when he wastes food for the bit though. I don't know why he has a thing with food. What do you mean you hate when he wastes food? Like you don't like the way that he... I watched one like the other day. To answer Plumrug's question, I'm in the 90s. Somewhere in the... like episode 93 or 4 or something like that. The last episode I watched was really good. It was the one where Bo sort of confronts her dad, or they go and see Beauregard's dad at his home. I say confront. It wasn't like they had a fight or anything, but you meet him, and it's really confusing. I actually really enjoyed that because I still don't know if he's a villain or not. Like, up until that point, I was like, this guy is obviously evil. You only hear stories from Bo about him and what he was like, and they abandoned her and all of this stuff. But then you meet him, and he's actually just seems like kind of a normal guy who just made a set of really bad decisions with his first child. But then also, like, he sort of justified himself, but never really sort of apologized or did anything that sounded... He didn't... Like, at one point, one of them does an insight check on him, and it sort of comes across that he is actually remorseful and does care for her, but also just doesn't really apologize. And then at the end, Matt was like, I don't like him. He's gross. And I was like, oh, so he is evil. Because I thought they were doing some really interesting stuff with, like, two sides to every story. Where when you're a kid and your parents do all these things to you, you're like, oh, they ruined my life, they fucked me up. And then you grow up and you start to recognize, if you have the emotional maturity to do this, you start to recognize that they were just kids themselves. You get to older than they were when you remember them being these horrible beings, and you're like, God, man, I was a dickhead when I was 25, and that's how old they were when I was, you know, that age. Blah, 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 blah. And you start to think about that kind of thing. And so I thought that's maybe what they were doing. And then there was this element to it where it felt like Matt was being very... I get the feeling that because one of the things that I can't... By the way, some of the guys, I know some of you are just here to watch me play Dragon Age, and I've been doing a lot of chatting and not a lot of playing. I've been talking over a lot of the stuff, and I've probably missed a couple of points, and I understand how annoying that is to watch. I promise. I'm imagining like a bunch of children sat cross-legged in front of me. I know how annoying that is to watch, because when I'm watching a streamer and they do this, I'm like, ugh! And it makes me want to fucking throttle the fucking... Yeah, exactly. I know. I want to reach through the screen and throttle them. I get it. But I've been very unwell for a lot of months here, and a lot of my streams have been me doing this. And just feeling unwell and like really forcing myself to just do the bare minimum, which is like quietly play the game. And I think about stuff, but I haven't had a lot of energy to talk about it because I've just been really sick. So on the days when I'm actually like feeling like I want to talk and feeling vibrant enough to be able to have a conversation about something I've been fucking watching or talking, you know, even if it's just we're talking about Arcane or Critical Role or whatever, I actually wanna, and so I'm gonna. But I do fully understand how annoying it is. Tomorrow I might wake up and feel fucking sick as shit, and then I'll just quietly play the game, and the game will be the focal point. But one of the things that I've just to sort of finish up this point, and I feel like something's going to happen when I walk up here, which is why I'm not progressing, so I don't just continue to talk over the plot points in the game. Yeah, so I found it really interesting because I feel like when I'm watching that show, I'm thinking about the fact that Matt is in a relationship with Marisha. So they're sitting at home and talking about Critical Role, probably, right? If I was in a relationship with someone who was in my campaign, they are naturally going to osmose more information. And they're naturally going... He has a better idea of Marisha than anyone else at that table, right? He knows her better than anyone else at that table. Almost certainly. And so I was like, I wonder if he put a lot of it... I was like, I don't know, the way that she's acting, some of this as well, I don't really know anything about any of their personal lives. And this is me spitballing, so I don't know. But the way he was like... The way that she acts when it comes to the sort of childhood trauma element of Beauregard's character, I'm like, that's too good. The acting is too good. And it makes me think that maybe she's drawing from... possibly a slither of something from real life. I'm not sure what, I don't know what, whatever, you know, No idea. Just spitballing. She might have said this on things. She might have never said these things. I might be massively wrong. She just could be an amazing actor. Which they're all good actors. But then I was like, okay, so maybe Matt is doing something here where he knows he has a little bit more of a boundary that he can push on with Marisha and draw upon and stuff, where he's doing this really complex character that is one of the things that I find so fascinating about the relationship between kids and their parents is that moment when you get old enough to recognize your parents as just human beings. For a long time, parents are just these they're like omnipresent beings of knowledge. They know everything about everything. You're like, what does this do? I don't know what this does. And your parents will just be like, that's just this, and this is how it works. Because you're a child, you don't know anything. And slowly, you sort of either catch up to them or get close enough to them or outgrow them, whether it be like intellectually or emotionally or whatever, all of the above. And you just, eventually you see them as just people. You're like, oh, these are just people just like I am. And if I had a kid that was 14 and going crazy, maybe I would have reacted better, or maybe I would have reacted worse. Maybe I would have made the same mistakes. Who knows? And I was like, I wonder if that is something that Matt and Marisha had spoken about, and that's what this character was. Because while I was watching this, it was like a half an hour section of this episode where this character interacts with her father, who's being played by the DM. But he seems nothing like what you're expecting. You're expecting him to just be like almost a trope of an abusive father. You know, like a fucking wife beater or whatever that fucking, the knit vest top, and he's drinking beer. And he's got like 3 kids and they're like fighting in the back room and he's watching some fucking Trump rally on TV, and like you're expecting this kind of version of this person, but she goes there and they all go there and they interact with them and they just seem like normal people. And then this guy is like, look, this is what happened. They like kind of push him for a bit, but eventually he lets out all of this stuff and he's like, this is why I did that and this is why that happened and this is the reason behind it. And I was like, he's making like lots of sense. He doesn't actually come across to me in this moment as like really, really awful. And then there's this like insight check that one of the other characters makes on him, and I was like, this could be critical. And it's one of those times where he whispered the answer, so you don't get to know what the other character learned, so the DM whispered the answer. But then later on, those two characters have a conversation. The one that I think she rolls really high. She rolled like a 20 or a 22 or something like that. It might have been 22. And she rolls really high, so you know that the information she got is probably pretty accurate. And then she's like, later on, she's like, look, maybe you should just forgive him. And maybe you should just understand that the point he was coming from. So you're like, okay. So he is a good guy, then. But like, there is no point in that conversation where this guy does anything more than just justify his actions. Because I was sitting there the whole time waiting for this like apology or waiting for this resolution where maybe the two of them embrace or something and it kind of gets solved. Because I had a feeling that Matt was trying to present a character that was like, look, he's just a human and maybe you had this broken relationship up until now, but from now on maybe you could have one with this character, in character. And a bit of me was like, I wonder if Marisha has some trauma and Matt is offering a version of her life where it's resolved. Honestly, that's where my brain was at. And obviously I'm going like off the deep end with like insane theory crafting about these people, not even the characters, the people who I don't know anything about. That was what I wondered, but there was no resolution to it. So it just ended. They had this conversation and all he did was like justify his actions, and then they left. And I was like, is he evil? He didn't apologize. He didn't offer her anything that would help to resolve her issues. He just kind of justifies all of his actions and is also like, and you were a piece of shit child. So I was like, maybe he is really evil. And then they like finished the session, and he was talking at the end about how he felt very uncomfortable playing her father. And I was like, does he just mean like because it's kind of weird to play a father character to your girlfriend in game, or does he mean like the character is gross? And then he says the character is gross, and I was like, so he is a bad guy. And that was one of the last things I watched. But it was really good. Like, really good. There are points where that show excels massively. And you can see why they are the leaders of the industry. It's felt to me like because the last bunch of episodes have been they've almost just been like comical. Like, they've been very slapstick for a while. Just a lot of like Jester and not being silly, which is perfectly enjoyable for me to watch, but there hasn't been a huge amount of like depth to it. And then suddenly it kind of like leapt off of this thing. There was some stuff with like Caleb, and a couple of moments with like Jester and her dad, but like really it's been kind of like pretty relaxed until that point. And it reminded me about how deep they can go with that show. So it was really, the whole thing was just super interesting for me to watch, because I couldn't help but think about the different possible layers there between the characters and the players, and the fact that Matt and Marisha have a relationship. So how much does she know about what Matt's preparing, or how much does he just sort of casually over dinner accidentally maybe mention? Because I'll do that as well, even with my friends. And I'm sure that he keeps as much of it as close to his chest as possible, because I know the pain of being a DM. It's a lonely road. You have to write everything and just sit on it until you're able to share it. But yeah, it was a very interesting scene. I don't know what episode it was. I want to say it was like episode 91 or 2, maybe. But the end of it, the way that my brain flipped from the beginning of that, expecting this particular tropey kind of character, being presented by just a person that actually made a lot of sense, and I was like, you know what, he doesn't seem bad. This guy this is actually very nuanced and a very well thought out and very thoughtfully approached character by Matt, to try and present a possible villain or a possible version of events that this person who has always hated their father for actually had a lot of reason behind it, and I still think kind of does. But then to very carefully not add in any sort of resolution that felt comforting for the child. Not that she's a child anymore, but is the child of this man. And there was no like apology. I don't think there was no real sense of remorse for me, even though I think the insight check did suggest that he was remorseful. I get the feeling that he isn't, and I really like. It was very well done for me. It's one of my favorite moments that's happened in the whole campaign. I watched it like yesterday or the day before. I think I might have watched it on Saturday, and I was playing Final Fantasy XIV at the same time, just trying to like relax, and I didn't feel very well. I felt kind of nauseous over the weekend. I'm really dizzy, so I was sitting down a lot, and I was doing this really annoying bit of Final Fantasy XIV where you're climbing this stupid crystal tower. I'm in the post-Realm Reborn stuff, and you have to do this mission in this tower where you have to like get 22 other players. So I'm standing there waiting for 22 other players to join this dungeon when that scene began. So then I'm just sitting there for about 15 minutes watching this scene, and I was fully immersed. And then the fucking thing came up and I was like trying to do this dungeon and watch this incredible scene at the same time. And I very rarely do this, but I paused Critical Role and just like did the dungeon, and then stopped playing the game. I went back to Critical Role and watched the thing with like my full attention. Because that was, I think, one of the best. I think, I don't know yet. I don't know how long it's going to take me to get this answer, if I ever do. But I think it might have been one of the best NPC portrayals I've ever seen in my entire life by a DM. And I don't know until probably I get the full resolution of the potential story arc here with Bo and the dad and the family and everything. But it was very good. He's amazingly good at his stuff, Matt Mercer. Again, pisses me off. But I've always known that. I've never really... Jesus Christ.
Demons. Is this the relic's work?
It's not a coincidence.
I've never really questioned that. I do think he is probably the best DM of all time. I know some people don't like that anymore because they are Nickelback. No, that's not true. I shouldn't call them that. But they got that thing where if you get popular, people don't like you anymore. And I've never been one to really fall for that, but there are moments where I'm like, that is incredible, and I don't know. I have no idea. You guys still fighting? Alright, you kill it then. Go on. Kill it. What's happening here?
Got it.
But yeah, I also would just love to be able to pick his brain or pick his and Marisha's brains about if any of that was drawn
The relic we're chasing,
from anything
it's
else,
unstable.
or how much,
behind it.
if
This
any.
isn't the
I don't know.
only market left
There's
on
a,
the
there's a
veil.
layer to it that
Feel
I
it.
find extra interesting,
that,
which
and
is
we
the
make it more.
relationships they have potentially off camera. Which, you know, obviously it's none of my business exactly, but I do find interesting when it comes to those two in particular. I think I'm missing a lot of stuff in this game. They're good at flitting between the two. What I like about the rhythm of their campaigns. Oh yeah, they've got the same thing almost that I do in that it's genreless. It just comfortably, it's liquid. It just comfortably flows between whatever they need, which I'm a fan of for that kind of campaign. Blood splattered note. Another complaint. Rumors of someone shifty carrying some sort of relic. People are worried it's unstable and it might draw demons. Could be nothing, but we've got too many people on edge. I'm sending you to the temple. L.
Couldn't escape the demons. If there's
Light
family or a
Yagami.
friend, I can track them down later. To make sure they know.
I'll have all these offerings for myself, thank you. Imagine how rude this would be. Imagine doing this.
Relic.
Walking into a
Courtyard.
temple and just stealing all the...
Back way.
What was that?
It's a remnant, an echo from the Fade drawn to magical disruptions. If the relic drew it here, the voice could be a memory of the smuggler. Courtyard's quiet, fewer eyes, so you cut through here, where there's a path to the market. Follow me.
Where's Candle? L? Yeah. L's name is E-L, by the way. Some people... Everyone gets it wrong. I can tell you about it if you want one day. There's a reason he's called that. I love how nuanced it is. Yeah, it's really good. I love to see how much they communicate and check in with each other subtly during the game. Yeah, I mean, you can tell they're very comfortable with each other. They know each other's boundaries. They know what's going on. You can see there's like a couple of moments I've seen them just have those little like a scene will be happening, but you can see two of them whispering to each other, and you know that they're just like, you know, checking. I think, oh yeah, that's better. A check-in. Yeah, they're very, very good at what they do. I find them very interesting. And they've got me through. I've never really like sat and just like binged any Critical Role. I watched like a bunch of it when I first started DMing because I was like, what is the industry standard? This is the one that everyone's talking about. What is it? So I watched a bit of Campaign 1, but never massively got into it. Not like I just don't watch anything long form. Or I definitely didn't then. I was working 3 jobs, and I was just too busy to really commit myself to something that was like that many hours long. But now that I'm like divorced and mentally broken,
Sure thing.
and I've got nothing better to do than to just sit by myself.
All right. Follow me.
And play Final Fantasy 14 and put something on an iPad or a
I
laptop.
took this job. It's on me. And the Venatori cult's no joke. If anyone wants out...
Stopping Venatori is both our jobs.
And I'm going to help, obviously.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
But being able to concentrate on it and truly watch it through has been really interesting. For me as well, like I'm a fucking lifelong DM at this point, so it's pretty cool to see someone as talented as Matt, because he's not just a voice actor who's good at doing lots of different voices. He really knows his shit when it comes to D&D. Like, I don't know the rules for D&D 5e and I don't care about them, but he knows everything. He's not just, he's a real blend. You know when you're playing Crash Team Racing? What? What the fuck? Why did you say that, Braid? I thought you were talking about Matt Mercer and the D&D. Look, you know when you're playing Crash Team Racing, right? And you have the option to pick all the different drivers at the beginning. And you can pick like Coco or whatever, and she's a bit faster, or you can pick like one of the enemies. You can pick like Neo Cortex, and maybe he's got a bit more like strength or something. But you can also just pick Crash Bandicoot, who has like the perfect stats in everything. He's good at everything, but he's not like he necessarily like blows. He's not like smashing it in any of those things. He's just perfect at everything. Not that he's average, but his stats are like dead middle of everything. That is Matt Mercer. It doesn't matter what he's doing, he's good at it. He's picking Crash Bandicoot in Crash Team Racing. He is the perfect all-rounder in every way. Whether he's running like his own shit, or whether it's more like classic D&D, whether he's just pulling rules out or making them up, whether he's improvising, whether he's role-playing, or whether he's reading something that he's prepped, whether he's producing something in front of your eyes, or whether he's just fucking pulling shit out of his ass. He's incredibly good at all of them. He's literally a jack of all trades, but in a master way, yeah. He's mastered all of it. I would say that there are other DMs out there that probably are better at some of the elements than Matt is, but there's no way anyone is really on his level when it comes to that all-rounder approach. He's very, very good at it. And you can see the years of working professionally as a voice actor and just working in a professional industry have informed a lot about how he's able to do this.
The relic was close. Find another remnant and we might learn more.
Because a lot of these like Twitch streamers you watch that are really good DMs have clearly never worked a day in a real job in their life. And you get elements of that. He's just very, very good at it. Very good. I always have to apologize after I'm rude in character. Need that reassurance that the player isn't really mad at me. Yeah, I'm sort of over that now. We've had some mad stuff on Table Story over the years where
How are we gonna get up there?
we've had these like
There's always a way to get
intense
places.
scenes, and you at the end of it you're like send a message like, just so you know, are you okay?
Sometimes that's
Because it's
just
quite
what we
hard.
want.
Sometimes you do get bleed as well, right? Bleed is real.
Silver? Gold? Gemstones?
I don't know what any of this is. People are dying like 2 streets away and being slaughtered by demons, but I'm glad that you showed up for work today. This guy, you know.
You have a discerning eye.
What were they called in COVID? Like critical workers or whatever?
Paintings,
any news?
tapestries,
No
floor
girls.
coverings,
Are you after the
beautify
demons?
any space.
I'm after a few things. You got anything?
Heard some people talking. I think one was a Venatori. I didn't get a good look. I took off before they saw me.
Smart move. Stay safe.
But yeah, it's very scary when you have like a
How
really
about a
intense
painting?
scene and
A
it's with someone
portrait?
who you know, if I have like a very intense scene and it's with like Whack or PB or like, you know, Murgles or someone, I probably wouldn't even message them at this point. I wouldn't even message them. But if we have someone who's very new to the show or the channel, or maybe I haven't roleplayed with them as much, it can be pretty scary to get very intense. And I mean, I'm generally not
Prices are
not always the guy. I'm not like that good of an actor, so I don't really get too intense in scenes, I don't think. But you know, the guilt is hard. It's very difficult sometimes to deal with. I get 0 bleed on shows, so I know I'm the odd one out. Yeah, because you're a fucking sociopath who can't feel any emotions. That's different.
Anyone strange poking around the market?
You mean more than usual? Actually, maybe. The smuggler who supplies Miro, she's acting weird. Took off, though. Couldn't tell you where.
Got it.
If anything, that's a red flag, and you shouldn't say that.
There's so much on display. If it's not brought in, won't
need
someone
therapy.
take it?
If a stand's not being watched, could be they have a nasty spell to ward you off.
Right. I guess that makes sense.
I thought this was that I could talk to her, and it wasn't. It was just that there was some wood that I could pick up behind her. Imperial weave.
Hey there. Hi.
Here we go.
My shop's pretty new, but I've got armor, clothing.
Blood!
Come, take a look.
He's from Croydon. A toy figure. Fashionable leathers. A sharp outfit in multiple ways. Popular with bodyguards. Fashionable robes. These are just
Thanks so much.
casual wear. Normally I'd buy them up, but I'm assuming I can come back.
Coin spare? Maseranis.
Demons in the streets
And
tonight.
Maseranis to you
Can you get somewhere safe?
as well. These is what affirms me that it was a good story moment. Well, I think it depends on how you act. For me, if I have to do a scene that requires a bit of emotion, I sort of almost... I sort of have
Almost
to
there.
have bleed.
Remnants
I'm
ahead.
you know, I don't know if it's really method acting, but I don't know another word that fits for me. But sometimes I have to hurt myself to be able to put myself in the position where I'm vulnerable enough to be able to act out a particular scene. I've had to do it several times for table story shows where I've like,
I've got this.
maybe I'll just listen to a song that I know will fuck me up and then do the scene or join the session or whatever.
Bells ring when ships go in and out. Could be using them for timing, near the docks. I think our smuggler's on a deadline. The Relic's pull agrees. Let's visit the docks.
Oh, great. And you know, you could be playing something even as simple as like Wild RP and getting frustrated maybe, like in a scene, like someone's being annoying or they're angry with you and you're like, why are you angry with me? Fuck you, you know. And then you feel a flare of real anger maybe.
Elevators
For me,
locked.
I'm not. If
Someone
I'm
forgot to bribe the dockmaster.
at that point,
Still up for a walk? This isn't the
I
only way
don't
to the docks.
really don't. If I'm sort of over bleeding, then I don't trust it and I'll pull myself back because otherwise it takes me too long to recover.
All right, through here. I'm on it.
Why was there frost on it in the first place? No. So I can be affected by bleed, but usually I have to do it myself.
You know all the shortcuts in Docktown.
And also
All
I
the secrets?
I can activate better
If
acting.
someone thinks they know all Ducktown secrets, they're either kidding themselves
I can
or
give
scamming
myself more to something if I sort of let myself become vulnerable, which is very hard for me to do. I have to do it manually. I don't have... Oh, this looks good. I thought it was new armor. What was it? Was it for one of the others? I guess we'll never know. Yeah, so for me, I have to put myself into a weird place sometimes to be able to... Because I'm like a little
They were back
fucking
asking questions, wanting to know
crab,
what relics I'd
you
seen
know?
on the black market.
And I'm all shelled up, and I have to get out of that shell. A lot of my therapy sessions are me being slowly like
Come on,
fucking
this
opened
path
up
will swing back to the
by
docks.
the therapist so they can get into the fleshy meat underneath and then do the work. And I don't have a lot of control over that. I'd like to be a more open person naturally, and I am generally as I get a bit older and I get more comfortable with my own bullshit, but it's still just extremely uncomfortable for me, and naturally I'm opposed to it. It's like someone saying, oh, in order for you to get better we need to cut you open more, you know, so you're gonna have to suffer some more. What the fuck is this? Jesus Christ.
See that? Bad guys.
Should have healed
They're
myself.
hitting us from afar.
Yeah? Well, check this.
Can't leave them loose.
Big guy. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Luckily the weekend is as far away as it can possibly be, so I might actually understand how to play the game.
Well, look at that.
The longer that relic's in Dogtown,
These are
By
my
the time I
neighbors.
lose all that skill
That
again.
relic won't stay in my town.
Me, if I'm doing an emotional scene, I'm full on crying. Yeah, I mean, I've had to do some stuff on Table Story where I've like just been absolutely fucking like afterwards. I just don't exist, you know, just. Even on World RP sometimes you'll get that a little bit.
The Inquisition
God.
had to deal with the Venatori.
My first go round with
The
Wild
cult
RP, I
speaks
was much more
fondly of you.
emotionally invested.
That's,
My second go round, I
really?
already knew I didn't
You
want
were
to
a
ever get
thorn
that
in their
emotionally
side.
invested again.
I'd say that's flattery.
Am I not supposed to make that jump? It feels like I'm supposed to jump off that. I just fuck it up. Yeah. I've been having trouble in emotional scenes because elevated heart rate makes me dizzy. Oh yeah, dude. I'm fucking fucked up with elevated heart rate shit as well. But I haven't had to do any emotional scenes in a while. Probably not since Erufear, maybe. Been in anything. But again, I'm not like the emotional scenes guy either. I'm just, for one, I'm not a good enough actor, so there's no point. You're not coming to me for acting, you know. We've got some like unbelievable talent. There are more of them than us. More of us than them. Kill the rich.
Buy the supplies.
Demons. Buy the supplies. Wait, could I have just climbed up it? So I don't. There's no point in me committing myself in that way to a lot of the emotional scenes when we have like. If you look at the roster of most casts on Table Story shows, if when you're out at night, everything's just there's so much happening. I love you, and then last letter it says. So it's kind of like, why would I even bother, in a way? Not that I wouldn't if the scene called for it, but you know, I'm not that guy. And second of all, it usually takes quite a lot to muster up the the emotional effort for me. Because I do have a danger of fully activating a manic episode, and it's just not ever worth.
What can I get for you? Some grub? Some grub?
Tar being sad, that actually made me cry in real
Home
life.
sweet home. Enjoying the tour?
But that was because I'm traumatized about animal death. You know, and I was petrified of my dog dying, which he died anyway, so great. Guess animals die, you know. But again, I can draw, I can let it in. So in that case, I chose to let it in.
We're getting
Whereas
closer.
most of the time I would never. Glass's funeral was pretty rough. That was sad because I felt like I lost my actual friend as well. Which sounds like a stupid thing to say, but it's nice when you have someone who you consistently roleplay with on one of those servers. It's not like you're like a little safety blanket friend. And it was like, oh man, I kind of lost someone that I've Glass and Lord, we literally did our training together, so he's been around for me as a player. We've been through the same process together, and we had that same kind of, I don't know, it's just like we were like a nice little buddy cop friendship thing. So sometimes I would log in, and I know you might think like, oh, why would you ever be afraid of anything or whatever, but sometimes I would log in and be a bit nervous because I didn't really know anyone that was on the server at that time, or you know, you'd log in and you'd see who was logged into lore, and it'd be a bunch of names that I didn't recognize or hadn't roleplayed with, and you feel a bit awkward just inviting yourself over. I'm not like one of those, like a lot of people on roleplay servers are just there for attention, and they just want attention. They'll just rudely interrupt a scene to try and get some roleplay out of you, and it's like, fuck off. And I'm not one of those people at all. I just want to roleplay as authentically as I can with whoever it makes sense to roleplay with, but I do feel awkward just walking up to a bunch of people who are clearly like friends or whatever, or I don't know, or just had a lot of experience. So when he died, I was like, I lost my actual friend who I play games with every night. You know, because he'll make a new character, but I can't just justify going up to Sean's new character and being like, hey, what's good, man? And so I actually did suffer a small loss there in me. So it was real. There was a little bit of realness to it, but nothing compared to some of the roleplay I've done over the years.
Got it.
Had some really meta moments
Soon,
that were just
the buyer
horrific.
meeting.
One of them was in
a meeting,
ZBO.
but where?
Wack
The
was
trail
like, I'm
starts
gonna
to
run
fray.
a comedy anime
Nice relic.
show.
Shouldn't it belong to the Venator?
Not a chance.
Serve your master.
And then in that show, he made me do some like therapy that I was actually doing in real life at the time, which was similar to the stuff that we spoke about during Silent Hill. It was around the time I learned that process of accepting even the negative parts of yourself, why they exist, and thanking those parts because they were created for a reason, to help you, protect you, and look after you, and thank them for what they did, right? And the character that I was playing
Looks
was
like we
very
have
similar to
company.
me as a person, Wyatt.
Is everyone all right?
He was very much like who I am
Nev,
as a person. So having to
back in the
confront
city.
some of the things that he
Templar
was
Rana
confronting
Savas.
was real.
Don't say you missed me.
I wasn't going to.
Really?
I wasn't
Because I
going
heard
to.
there's a relic loose. With red lyrium?
How do you... Never mind. You can't say. You never can.
Rook, meet my friend Rana. At least I think we're friends.
Yes. And Rook, if you're with Nev, I take it I can trust you?
I care for Minrathus. Do you? I would never say that. Of course.
I'd like to think so.
All right. If you have anything on the relic,
You're on the case.
it's my job to stop illegal magic.
You're working this alone?
Not if you help. There's a rumor the relic trades hands tonight, and Albin Bataris is the buyer.
A Magister's son. Interesting. I should get moving.
Nev,
We'll stop the deal. I'm just going to be
Don't worry.
agreeable.
We won't stop until this whole thing's settled.
that's,
Look, you're busy. We just got attacked, which means you won't leave until you're sure no one else is lurking around.
and you won't wait.
What can I say? Work to do.
Where are you going?
For a walk to the spillway.
I'll catch up when I'm done.
If you say so. Our trail is frayed, but the spillway's our best bet. Let's go.
ZBO had a lot of emotional stuff, yeah. It was really, really good. No, a lot of the time we only mention like how difficult it was because we were trying so hard to navigate the mechanics of a bit more of a complex system like Lancer while also keeping the narrative strong.
Rana's not a
The
shadow
roleplay
dragon,
strong.
so you work with Templars
pretty-
too.
Ron is clean and her information's good.
Pretty
The
hard to
rest? Only when I have to.
But
And the spillway?
I have nothing
Rana
but good
mentioned
memories of
Alvin
it.
Bataris.
I don't really remember any
She
of the
doesn't show
mechanics or
rumors
the
unless they're likely.
conversations
Alvin's
about the
father
mechanics
oversaw
and
some
stuff because I
construction
just
there.
remember all of
If
the
he's visiting this part of town,
character
that narrows the
scenes and
search.
stuff, you know. I think Whack only remembers the fear and frustration of the mechanics. But yeah, there was some fucking brutal stuff in ZBO. And it'd probably be outdated for me to watch now, but at the time I was like trying to figure out a lot of stuff with my own mental health. And then to be faced with it in the game was pretty rough. It's happened to me a couple of times. Stygian Gate did it to me. Stygian Gate spun me out so badly. I was very underprepared to be able to play a younger version of myself. Like I thought. It's one of those things that I think a lot of us think. You think you're over stuff and you're not afraid to broach certain subjects. But if you really dig into it, you recognize suddenly that it's still a wound and you haven't actually healed as much as you thought, or you haven't actually reconciled with those parts of yourself, and then you're like, oh no, where the fuck does this want me to go? Oh, it does want me to go up here. It's forever marred by the mechanics and failing everyone with hard sci-fi expectations. Yeah, a chat room or a few comments can ruin a campaign
barrier.
for sure.
They don't want people getting near the deal. Find the unshielded crystals and we're through.
What do you want me to do?
That's one down.
I fully get it. The Thread Crime Syndicate hates the cult as well, but I don't know. Things have been weird. It happens to me with, like, a lot of... Almost every fucking popular show of mine was ruined by something that no one else would ever understand or agree with or care about. And like everyone is the shows that everyone always wants to ask me about and stuff quite often have like some element to it that was ruined, and they'll be like, it was my favorite thing you ever did. I love it. It's my comfort show. I watch it every fucking day. And I'm like, that's crazy, because for me, when I think about it, I just want to throw up.
Albin's our buyer and a Venatori. Sounds like the cult is working for the gods.
It's always a shame, but I fully understand it. There is no
You're supposed
it's just the way it goes.
Just a taste of that power.
It's just part of the creation process as well sometimes. And I think because we put so much of ourselves into it, you know, you're creating this alchemical
He's using it now? Move!
Story.
We need to get closer. We can't let him bolt.
That has not just your ink and your brains on it, but we put our blood and heart and soul into some of these things. And sometimes for me, I put things in it that are quiet reflections on my own mental state at the time, or my own story or past or whatever. And then you have to sort of, you're building this like very delicate sandcastle, and then you put it out there and step back, and then you just have to just put this thing in Grand Central Station, and you're watching everyone run past it and walk near it and like look at it and stop, and you're like, oh, don't touch that, don't touch, and you know, an event, it's impossible for it not to get hit or kicked or trampled on, depending on, you know. And sometimes they come through it and you're like, oh, I made it through, my baby's alive, and you're looking at this sandcastle that wasn't destroyed. But when it does get destroyed, it hurts you so much more. Everyone else just sees a sandcastle and they're like, oh, it was really fun, really great. But for you, a part of you was smashed and kicked and destroyed, and it is literally a piece of you that you've put out there, a delicate piece of you that you put out there. Can I get up here? Oh, there we go.
We have our relic.
Alvin, Simon, Theodore, dude, and dude.
Can't stop the Venator. This power will what? Impressive business guard. Control it. Shut up!
Let's end this.
What the fuck is that? Tons of views and stuff onto the but the only shit I hear in my head about it are negative comments and how frustrated I was with the system. Yeah. And there's nothing you can do about it. That's just trauma. Literally just trauma. This song is dope as shit, by the way.
And this can't budge.
Keeping that relic.
Under fire. Watch it.
Oh, it's him just fucking around.
Ranged attackers.
Relic, we've got more demons.
Oh, good. This wasn't fun enough. We're under fire. Look out. Lana, need a check on me.
I wasn't expecting a fight. This much of a fight.
Well, surprise.
You have kids, Brad. Have you been here this long? And don't know the answer to that, David. No, I don't have any kids. Not that I know of.
Not looking good, Rook.
They're at range.
You won't walk away from here!
More demons! We can't let them get loose.
We need to stop them here.
You won't be releasing any more demons.
Hi, Brad. Are you doing a
You're the
certain
smuggler.
build? I have no idea.
I know you. You're part of the Thread crime
I've
syndicate.
made a rogue.
Smuggling, sure. But
That's
Red,
all I know about
Miriam,
it. There are builds.
working with Venatori.
The first I've heard about it, Myth.
It's not your style.
Here they are. My son is no cultist. He was completely misled.
He was completely
Appreciate your
misled.
help, Knight Commander. Let's go.
Nice try. The Venatori rise.
I'll put a knife in his neck right now. I don't know why I asked. Yeah, insane.
You know he's guilty.
You thought this
How
was
much
Ratchet's
did it
channel,
cost
didn't
the
you?
Magister?
Watch it, Gallus, or you'll be charged.
Or
With
you're
what?
watching Wax Steven.
I tie something up and you undo it. Isn't this familiar?
It took me for
the
Maya
sob
again.
story. We got the smuggler. Or do you want Bataris to release her too?
We got the smuggler.
I'll find a way to fix this.
Damn it.
People are in danger. We stopped the demons. I don't believe this. This is why we're here. I'm kind of building Ty. This is I'm sort of playing myself, but what I've realised is that Ty Fair Veridis is me in a fantasy resistance setting. But I know that you mean a mechanical build. We'll go with people who are in real danger.
If we hadn't been there, how many
If we
people
hadn't
would be
been
hurt?
there, how many people would be
Abataris
hurt?
doesn't care.
No.
But you do.
Isn't that the rub?
So what now?
We stopped the demons. We got the relic. And the smuggler. The shadows will watch the cult. If that leads to the gods, they'll send word. It's not perfect, but count your wins. You don't always get them, especially here.
Sorry, are you figuring this out now? No, I'm not. It's just that here we are again. No, I knew Ty was me. That's why I did it. It'd be easier to
It
roleplay.
wasn't a perfect ending, but Docktown was safe. From tonight's demons,
Can I get different endings to that?
Nev's past was coming back to haunt her. She just didn't know it yet.
Quest complete. Following a Shadow Dragon lead and a tip from her Templar contact, Rana Nev stopped Venatori Albin Bataris, a Star Wars name, from claiming a dangerous relic. But the involvement of the Thread crime syndicate took Nev by surprise. Working with the cult's not their style. What's worse, Bataris' rich father bribed his son out of trouble. Nev wasn't happy, but that's her life in Minrathis. She takes the wins she can get. What is happening to David? So David asked me if I had children, and then he said, "It must suck for those who have kids and have to abandon their lives." Abandoning the kids? Are you suggesting I abandoned my children? Why did you ask this? I've abandoned my child. I've abandoned my child. I've abandoned my boy. Have you abandoned your children? I don't have any children. David. Double the dose, David. today. Why do you keep asking me? David, why do you keep asking me about my children? What's happening to you? But did I unlock any new outfits?
He's drinking. Drinking on a Monday. We all done been told what happens when you drink on a Monday morning. Start your week right.
So, Scout Harding glows now? Is that a thing everyone's doing, or just her?
Just her. I'm just saying blaming your kids for your lives feels wrong. Who's doing that? Why are you saying that? Who's blaming their kids? Did I blame my kids for something? What are you referencing? Double the dice. Oh, we have to go to the other crossroads place, do we? Right. Well, David is schizoaffective. So it is possible that he's just slightly off meds. I mean, I think David seems lucid today. He's just speaking in tongues. There are times when David comes here and he's speaking in the most insane riddles you'll ever see in your entire life. He seems lucid enough to me today, however. I just don't know what you're referencing to try and answer your question. I've abandoned my invisible children. He's just sharing his thoughts on children having. Alright, fine. Out of nowhere. Okay. Fine by me. Yeah, I mean, I'd quite like to find out I have a 15-year-old son. I think that'd be quite an exciting day in my life. The panic attack would be unfathomable. I'd be straight back on the propranolol. But I think it would be an interesting chapter. Well, I guess if you don't have kids, you can't relate. Okay, relate to what? David, have you taken your medicine, David? He's going on that grippy sock vacation. What I'm asking. I don't know what was the initial thing I said. David. Sweet David. David Vispero, everyone. A legendary fucking shiny pole. Why do you always assume I'm divergent? I don't know. Well, I don't know. I guess what could I possibly have to go off of? David wants to abandon his children and needs your support. Ladies and gentlemen, please support David. I'm not assuming anything. I simply was asking whether you had taken your medication today or yesterday, whichever one you've missed. And I want to know. Because for some reason, I do have children, and that children is you. It's you, people. It took the kids I don't have. It took the kids, Morty. I think it was something about Matt. Oh, are you still talking about the thing that we were talking about from Critical Role? I don't think I need children to understand the perspective of the guessing that I was doing. I'm not getting into this. I'm too tired. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. This is the end of the fucking stream. Why don't you have children, Braid? Because I've never had the opportunity to have children and I've never wanted them. I don't understand this line of questioning and I'm ending the stream. I'm ending the fucking stream. Before we go down this rabbit hole with David. Off meds David. Do you not like children? Not really, no. Ladies and gentlemen, it's David. Fucking hell. See what I have to put up with? Subscribe, everyone. What's going on with David? I don't know. David. That's David for you. Guys, everyone, thank you for watching this stream. I hope you had a nice time. We had some nice conversation today. I don't really know what's going on in the game, and it is partially my fault. It is partially my fault because I've been kind of talking over some of the plot points, but also I don't know. By the way, it says elf on a shelf there because I just didn't know what else to write. It just says elf on a shelf because I didn't know what else to write, and then I wrote ELFPENIS because I didn't know what else to put in there. This is the end of the stream. Conclusion. Okay, now he's just an AI. AI response. Conclusion. Enter a conclusion here. What day is it? Monday. Okay, great. I'm out of here. I'm gonna go and do the rest of my laundry. Then I'm gonna quickly go and impregnate someone. And then I'm gonna cook some dinner and watch Gatewalkers tonight, Pathfinder, on Table Story, if you want to watch that. A new episode of Gatewalkers will be on at 8 p.m, which is 3 Eastern, which is in 2 hours from now. And I'll be back tomorrow. We'll play a little bit more of this tomorrow afternoon, 2 p.m. UK time, or 9 a.m. Eastern, USA. If you want to watch that, I'll see you then. David, take your medicine, please. Thank you. Terror. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you had fun. Or at least I distracted your reptile brain. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Slurring my words, been drinking. And I'll see you later. Peace, bye.
Boom.